asked him how I did it. I got out the limo, grabbed her hand, went upstairs and fucked her. Now she wanna go renegade? Go renegade, bitch.
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing?
I mean, this is some shameful shit.
I'm losing my motherfucking mind, man.
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
wanna be the best in the game, invest in my name, check no restraints, I'm obsessed with the pain. I ingest, I retain, assess and I change, possessed by the thought I'll be free one day from society's restraints. Money, clout and fame, mud, disease, a plague. We all love to hate, have to play the game, have to make a name. All our insecurities are on display. This is war with the enemy, think that it was meant to be. Living in a time where disease is on every screen. I won't let them fester me, I know most are festering. Negativity is a plague for the mentally weak. No mercy, all I got is working. Never stop searching, never quench the thirsty. I'm toxic and psychotic with this logic, you can't stop it. It's been chronic since I was a boy, so neurotic and chaotic.
Built to last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna eat 'em. Make mistakes real fast, then you learn how to beat 'em. If you take off the cast, you can see all the healing. If the pain's in the past, move on from the grave and put your foot on the gas. No, never stop competing, yeah. I've been doing this, I'm on it. I just wanna be iconic. Sipping on a gin and tonic, got me going off when I'm on this topic, yeah. If I ever play, I want it. You know that I'm always honest. Stay away from those who are toxic. Keep 'em out your face, no way, you don't want 'em, yeah.
Don't try to drain my energy. The enemy is everything. It's mentally, unhealthily, spreading like a rare disease. But I won't let it get to me. I don't need your therapy. I can leave a legacy of leading by intensity. Come on, we can fight this. Freedom is priceless. Spread just like a virus. Living in a crisis. Do you feel courageous? Do you seek greatness? Trust me, you can take it. Go on and take your aim. Yeah.
Built to last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna eat 'em. Make mistakes real fast, then you learn how to beat 'em. If you take off the gas, you can see all the healing. If the pain's in the past, move on from the grave and put your foot on the gas. No, never stop competing, yeah.
Late night crew. What the fuck is going on, man? Happy Thursday. We in this thing, bro. Oh boy.
I hope that everyone has underestimated the potential for just massive destruction.
Yeah, they did. Say what's up to your boy. We got something going on the soundboard today. Can I get it one more time? I got enough time for one more? I do. Shout out to my Dubs. Rivalry week. We better beat the Kings. We look like shit. Shout out to the Utah Jazz. Y'all did all right tonight. Y'all did all right tonight. Hold on. Matter of fact, I can just do this, right? I sure can. Yeah. I sure can. It just came to me too. This is a great night. Can I get my bill? Thank you. Now come on over here. Whoops. There we go. Now I got one more little thing to do. I'm about to say what's up to y'all, but every day I need to get this ready to go.
Yeah! Fire! What?
I'm ready. Kendra, Janice, Boston, CEO, Chadrick, Bob, Jackie, Javon, Barksdale, Misha, founder status. You already know what it is. Mish in the building. Who else am I missing? Fatina, Mig, King, Aaron. I see some of my wrestling brethren are in the building this evening.
Yeah!
Oh my goodness. We are gonna do what we do. We reading this whole motherfucker. These accusations against Vince McMahon are wild at best. Before I even get into it, let me start off by saying this. TKO, this is what you fuck niggas get. UFC, Dana White, this what you fuck niggas get. You lazy, no talent having sons of bitches. You niggas have, Dana White, you have no talent, nigga. None. You couldn't cut it in the ring, so you decided to become a pimp of fighters. That's all y'all niggas did. Y'all niggas have no talent. Why would I say that? What does that have to do with anything? If your niggas had enough talent, because your niggas had enough money, money's not the option, not a problem in this situation. If your niggas had enough talent, you could have built your own fucking wrestling promotion. You could have built your own UFC wrestling promotion that's your own shit, and you wouldn't have had to purchase all of Vince McMahon's sins. That's what y'all stupid niggas did. And that was as of 2022. That was before you brought the goofy ass nigga back. But fuck it. Vince McMahon, he ain't on the board. And his fucking son is, though. Triple H ain't his son. Oh, his son-in-law. Nigga, they've been married 50 fucking years, nigga. That's his fucking son. He don't know Triple H. He know Paul. Y'all niggas call him Triple H. He calls that nigga Paul or son. Tom 8.
Stop the cap.
Hey, Vince. You gonna have a little bit of a problem tonight, because you know I'm definitely one of those people that go, hey man, you can't just try to use somebody's rap lyrics to convict them of a crime that's unrelated just because they mentioned some shit in the song. But Vince, I am the proponent of if you kill a motherfucker the exact way you said in the song, then what do you want from me? And Vince, just to give everybody context, because everybody here is not lifelong wrestling fans like me and most of my buddies and some of my friends in the chat. So I want to give a little context. Nopper, what's happening? I knew you was going to make it, cuz. Alan should be here once he get off punishment. Number 5 on the way. KS ain't here. He on the way. I don't know where the fuck he at. He lost in the sauce. And I might need to say pause. I'm waiting for a ruling. So, Vince McMahon did this on a show before. Okay? And it's very imperative that we see this before we read everything.
Tactical nuke incoming!
Welcome back, folks. Jared King here at ringside. And who's
William Regal.
William Regal? Hey, where's he? I don't know.
However, to bide my time, perhaps now would be a time to find out just whom I have selected from the Alliance to give employment. To find out just whom I have selected to join the Vince McMahon Kiss My Ass Club.
Oh, what a club.
Let's stop right there. The storyline says that Vince McMahon is going to give employment to someone that joins the Vince McMahon Kiss My Ass Club. Look, I need y'all to pay a fucking attention tonight, nigga. Because WWE might be fucking over. It's gonna take a hit. This shit about to take a hit. They had no business getting in bed with this fucking dirty Sanchez mustache having ass nigga. Y'all had no business getting in bed. Bro, everybody know how nigga. Y'all did a $5 billion deal publicly and thought, what, no hoes coming. I got you. Hey, and she probably lying, ain't she? Hey, we gonna see. We gonna see. Because you know I'm gonna keep it a stack. Lying bitch. If she's one of those, I'm gonna say it. But if she ain't, no chance. That's what you've got. Nigga, I'm just waiting to see you power walk the court, nigga. I want to see you do that walk all the way up to your seat in the courtroom, nigga. The Vince McMahon Kiss My Ass Club.
Regal, you've been practicing puckering
Oh, yeah.
in the locker room area. And you are here to seek employment. You are here to kiss Mr. McMahon's ass, right?
Would you like me to make the ring or fix the lighting? I can carry your bags for you, fetch your coffee or something.
Talk your shit.
What you want?
Fetch.
No, you don't understand. I meant it when I said, if you want to be employed by the World Wrestling Federation, you must kiss my ass.
I need you to pay attention and listen. I want you to listen to this shit. Listen to this fucking promo, my nigga. Cause this, I promise you, this is gonna come back.
Literally.
Here.
Like
You don't
that.
literally mean I've got to kiss your bottom in front of all these people.
Yeah, his bottom, his bum. His butt.
That's exactly what I mean.
No.
Do you want a job or not? Yes or no? Because if you don't want it, there's a whole line of Alliance guys back there.
Listen to how he's, bro. You telling me this? They wrote this. They wrote all this down. I mean, if you don't want to kiss my ass, it's a whole line of motherfuckers out there waiting to do it. This sounds like every casting couch discussion you've ever heard in your fucking life. Just pay attention, nigga.
Willing to kiss my ass. So what is it, William Regal? Yes or no? You don't have to.
What a decision.
You don't have to. I ain't trying to take it from you.
You want a job? You want work?
You heard the King Lawler on the cosign is everything, though.
What'd he say?
Yes, good. So let's get to it, shall we?
Oh, my gosh. I can't believe this. Wait a minute now, wait. You think I'll take off his clothes?
First of all, I'll take my jacket off.
Oh. Whew.
JR, you and the King will have to pardon me here for a minute.
What are you gonna do, Vince?
You may want to get on this side because it wouldn't be proper to be on that side. You may want to.
You might want to get on this side because it would be improper to get on that side.
Kind of get down here on your knees.
You don't want to kiss the wrong side.
Right over here. Right there. That's a good spot right there.
Right there.
Go ahead. It won't hurt.
Nigga, this might be worse than putting the dress on. This just might be.
It doesn't hurt.
And I fuck with William Regal the long way. And I would never say nothing about this shit to this nigga face because he crazy for real. He will fight you. I don't think any man in the locker room has been bold enough to ask him about this shit. I can't wait till Chris Van Vliet do it. Fuck his world. Nigga, he gonna hit him with that left hand so fast.
If he gets on the wrong side, he gets poked in the eye. Come on, get down there.
All right, then. Pucker up.
Man, I don't know about. What do you mean you don't know?
Oh, wait. It gets better than that.
That's what.
You are watching When Keeping It Real Goes Wrong.
I knew it.
Oh, no. He is not going to do this.
Yes, this is going to be great.
You do want to be employed, don't you?
It's a good.
Nah, nigga. No. Nigga, no. The answer is no. Fuck this ring, fuck this crowd, and fuck you. I would have hit him with the biggest Ken dragon punch to the fucking nuts. You get right through his shit. Bro, you unzip your pants like that in front of a girl. Nigga, this ain't the first time he's done this, nigga. I don't give a fuck, nigga. I was young when I saw this the first time. I'm old, nigga. This was not nigga.
Better than that.
That's what I thought. I knew it.
Oh, no. He is not going to do this.
Yes, this is going to be great.
You do want to be employed, don't you?
I mean, this is some shameful shit.
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing?
It's a good job, believe me. You want it, don't you?
So,
Are you ready? There it is. Look at that.
Go ahead, kiss my ass.
Oh. Wait a minute.
Come on.
Yes.
Pucker up.
Don't you love sports
Oh,
entertainment?
no, it gets better than that.
No way.
Yo, the devil's in full effect.
Oh, my God. Kiss it.
Go ahead.
I'm losing my motherfucking mind, man.
I like when you like this, Daddy. Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit.
No,
I like that.
It's a nice looking ass.
Vince.
It's broken. It's cracked.
Vince.
And watch, I can even make my ass do tricks. Watch this.
You know, Rick is so wild and has went so far off the meter. It's shit that I can't even tell you on TV. I mean, you know, for the sake of our friendship, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna bring it up. But trust me, he's went there. He has went where it's like, yo, Rick, man, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? You done took this shit too far. And his response is like this. There's no such place. Darkness. Let's go to the abyss, nigga. I'm not with it, man. I don't want to go to the abyss, man. You know what I'm saying? Rick wants to go to the abyss. In fact, he dwells in the abyss. Rick James dwells in the abyss, okay? And he wants company sometimes, you know? And for some reason, he likes to reach out for me. Whenever I'm around, when he wants to go there, he will reach out for me to try to take me to the abyss with him. And I'm not with it, man. I'm not with it. And that's when we end up, you know, tussling or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Nigga, this is worse than Who I Smoke. Who I Smoke, Bibby. Where's that nigga at now? Y'all niggas locked up on a murder of Bibby. Like I said, bro, I'm not with indicting niggas over their rap lyrics, but when your rap lyrics line up exactly with the crime to a T, just wait. We ain't even got to the allegations yet. This in itself is wild.
Don't cut the cheese!
Riggle's got to look Kiss my ass! Oh, wait a minute.
What's he doing now?
I'm not about to let anybody kiss my ass who has chapped lips.
Oh, no, you're kidding. Put that on.
And now he's got to use Vince's own
Put it on.
chapstick. Can I borrow your toothbrush?
Oh, I'm so glad to be back to see this.
I thought Regal, I just don't think Regal's going to go through with this.
What do you mean?
Put it on. Let's get this over with.
He got some big lips, too. He can French kiss a moose.
Jerry on the commentary is wild, bro. Fucking Hall of Famer, this guy.
Come on, get down there and kiss it. This is gonna
All
be
right. Now, damn it, kiss my ass.
Join the club.
Charter member. Is he going to do it?
Oh, I'm about to faint.
What if he passes gas?
You know, Rick is so wild and has went so far off the meter. It's shit that I can't even tell you on TV. I mean, you know, for the sake of our friendship, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna bring it up. But trust me, he's went there. He has went where it's like, yo, Rick, man, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? You done took this shit too far. And his response is like this: there's no such place. Darkness, let's go to the abyss, nigga. I'm not with it, man. I don't want to go to the abyss, man. You know what I'm saying? Rick wants to go to the abyss. In fact, he dwells in the abyss. Rick James dwells in the abyss, okay? And he wants company sometimes, you know? And for some reason, he likes to reach out for me. Whenever I'm around, when he wants to go there, he will reach out for me to try to take me to the abyss with him. And I'm not with it, man. I'm not with it. And that's when we end up, you know, tussling or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
See, y'all don't know how powerful Vincent Kennedy McMahon is and has been since I've been alive. Nigga, I'm 41. This nigga been all powerful, my nigga. All powerful. Let me give context to Vince McMahon's power. And then we'll go into the allegations. Let me just give motherfucking context. When I say this nigga's been all powerful since I've been alive.
What's up, boss?
He's been all powerful since I've been alive.
What's up, boss? How you doing?
Yeah. What's good in the hood?
Just holding it down, trying to take care of business.
Keep it up, I'm a nigga.
You know, Rick is so wild and has went so far off the meter. It's shit that I can't even tell you on TV. I mean, you know, for the sake of our friendship, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna bring it up. But trust me, he's went there. He has went where it's like, yo, Rick, man, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? You done took this shit too far. And his response is like this: there's no such place. Darkness, let's go to the abyss, nigga. I'm not with it, man. I don't want to go to the abyss, man. You know what I'm saying? Rick wants to go to the abyss. In fact, he dwells in the abyss. Rick James dwells in the abyss, okay? And he wants company sometimes, You know, and for some reason, he likes to reach out for me. Whenever I'm around, when he wants to go there, he will reach out for me to try to take me to the abyss with him. And I'm not with it, man. I'm not with it. And that's when we end up, tussling or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, my bad, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I hit that drop too early, didn't I? Mm-hmm. Hit it just a tad too early, didn't I? This nigga been powerful, nigga. This nigga's been powerful, nigga. Charmel. Naptown. Stand the fuck up.
Tell me he didn't just say that.
Nigga, he said that shit, and nigga, you ain't do shit, nigga. At the end of the day, you could be the great Booker T, but I ain't never let a white man call me a nigga on TV for money. You could be five top. Nigga, you still let a nigga drop the N-word on national TV right in your face, nigga, in front of you and your bitch, nigga, and strut it off. Watch the way this nigga called John Cena a nigga and then strut it off.
What's up, boss?
What's up, boss?
How you doing?
Yeah. What up, cuz?
What's good in the hood? Just holding
Wait,
it down.
what'd you say?
Take care of business.
Keep it up, I'm a nigga.
Hello? John Cena. John Cena, do you have anything you like to say?
My name is Jeff.
Yeah, I'll just strut the fuck off. This nigga ain't gonna do shit. Punk ass nigga, bitch ass nigga. Sure, fuck your bitch.
Tell me he didn't just say that.
Nigga. Nigga. Hey, just so we can get this on record. Coming from a nigga that says nigga a lot, that nigga Vince says nigga all the time. I ain't even gonna hold you. There's no point of even lying to each other. Coming from a nigga that says nigga a lot, that nigga Vince says nigga all the time. I'm just gonna keep it a stack. Oh shit. Oh my good. Vince, and now Vince, we got to keep all this in mind while we about to read some of the wildest shit you have ever read in your motherfucking nigga. Oh, where'd it go? KS, bump me that motherfucker. Bump me the whole joint. I don't remember where I put it. Oh, didn't you tweet about it? You tweeted it out. Yeah, I got it. Never mind. Right on. I get high, I get high, I get high, I get high. I can feel love in your memory, love. Nigga. Vince, this is about to be an issue. Hit that fucking like button. Hit the PayPal cash out so we get this funky ass $20 goal out the way. Cause this shit. We got the paperwork, damn it. We got the paperwork, damn it.
Nuke incoming!
In the United States District Court for the District of Connecticut, Janelle Grant, plaintiff, versus World Wrestling Entertainment Incorporation, also known as World Wrestling Entertainment LLC, Vincent Kennedy McMahon, and John Laurinaitis. Hey. If I smoke like 10 blunts, then I can really do it. Once I get probably hour 3, I'll be able to do John Laurinaitis. We got John Laurinaitis. Bro, you sound like a nasty nigga. Don, that's what's happening. Shit y'all niggas be on, bro. The fucking losers of the internet, man. Oh. Where do I want to go? All right, I want to go here. All right. Complaint. Plaintiff Janelle Grant, by and through her undersigned counsel, hereby files this complaint against defendants, which we know it. I'm just going to be saying defendants, which is WWE, Vince, and John Laurinaitis. Alleging as follows. Plaintiff Janelle Grant is a former employee of WWE who was the victim of physical and emotional abuse, sexual assault, and trafficking at WWE. Ms. Grant is filing this lawsuit not to just address her own suffering, but also to act for those who are afraid to speak out. WWE's billionaire founder and executive chairman, defendant Vincent Kennedy McMahon, lived in a penthouse duplex in Ms. Grant's apartment building. The two met in March 2009 when Ms. Grant was dealing with profound grief and struggling financially. After devoting years to around-the-clock caregiving, her parents passed away. On top of that, she was unemployed, and her family home was lost in her parents' bankruptcy. After her family passed away, Ms. Grant dedicated herself to finding gainful employment. Neighbors in her building provided career advice and sought her assistance with personal events. Ms. Grant used these non-paying roles and volunteer work in community initiatives to build her resume. The building's resident manager wanted to help. She messaged McMahon to ask whether he would talk to her, sharing that Ms. Grant had been through hardship and would do great things if given a fresh start. McMahon enthusiastically responded, "Hell yes. Damn right. Getting them guts." McMahon befriended Ms. Grant, giving her hopes of a new life with promises of a yet-to-be-determined role at WWE, and showering her with attention and assurances along with gifts like a VIP experience to WrestleMania. Bitch, this is Vince McMahon. That ain't shit. A VIP experience to WrestleMania ain't shit. They that shit to Make-A-Wish kid. Do you know how many motherfuckers get a VIP experience to a WrestleMania? Bitch, this from Vince, nigga. We didn't even know you was there. This bitch said she got a... She said this shit like it was a lot, too. She must have really been a broke bitch. Which, I mean, I don't say that like, when I say broke bitch, I don't mean this. Shit, nigga, I'm a broke bitch. It is what it is. But what seemed like a dream in the spring of 2019 quickly became a nightmare. As McMahon dangled career-making and life-changing promises in front of Ms. Grant, he demonstrated an increasing lack of boundaries. During several meetings that were ostensibly about a potential job at WWE, he greeted her in his underwear, touched her, repeatedly asked for hugs, and spent hours sharing intimate details about his personal life. Just want to make sure I read that. McMahon warned Ms. Grant to keep their closeness secret, lest rumors lead to public trouble, and added that while he protects loyal people, he had world-class legal resources on speed dial to deal with people who became a problem. Damn! Shit! Blood in, blood out, face ass. As such, when McMahon pushed Ms. Grant for a physical relationship in return for long-promised employment at WWE, she felt trapped in an impossible situation, submitting to McMahon's sexual demands or facing ruin. Ms. Grant feared she had everything to lose and faced negative consequences no matter what happened. After succumbing to pressure for a physical relationship, Ms. Grant was slotted into an entry-level position as an administrator coordinator, a position McMahon created for her in WWE's legal department. Ms. Grant began work in that role on June 17, 2019. Ms. Grant remained in that role with the exception of a temporary relocation to the XFL, Extreme Football League, until McMahon verbally directed her to transfer to the talent relations department, reporting to defendant John Laurinaitis on March 9, 2021. During a conversation the same day, McMahon explained that her presence in the legal department was effectively delaying efforts to hire a new general counsel for the company. This nigga just be on Demon Time and everything. He already fucking this bitch. Then he got her doing some shit trying to... Man, this nigga's wild. Clee in the cup one time. Lady shot break out the motherfucking Methuselah.
The cheese room, nigga. Dude.
Bring it to Methuselah! Oh, my goodness. McMahon and Laurinaitis informed Ms. Grant that she would be promoted to Vice President of Operations in the Talent Relations Department, providing her with an organizational chart reflecting this decision. Shortly thereafter, they informed her that they needed her to begin a lower level as...
Because I can't college ball. I am a Division I basketball player. You're not talking basketball with me.
Bring it to Methuselah!
That didn't go well.
Shortly thereafter, they informed her that they needed her to begin at a lower level as a director, but promised her promotion to vice president after a 12-month period. Despite Ms. Grant's expressions of unhappiness and attempts to end the sexual relationship, and while she came to understand that McMahon expected the physical relationship to continue as part of her employment, she had no idea how sordid it would become, nor how the psychological torture and physical violence would leave her feeling helpless, isolated, and trapped. In March 2020, McMahon began sharing sexually explicit photographs and videos of Ms. Grant, including pornographic content he recorded, Vince, with other men both inside and outside the company. Wait. So you and Diddy are boys. McMahon began sharing sexually explicit photographs and videos of Ms. Grant, including pornographic content he recorded with other men both inside and outside the company, including with members of the television production tech team, executive producers, and a world-famous athlete and former UFC heavyweight champion. Oh, nigga. The beast incarnate.
Yo, the devil's in full effect.
This nigga gave this bitch an F5, nigga. Oh, my goodness, bro. Bitch, you might as well just said Brock Lesnar. Like, what? Oh, nigga. You just had to do that shooting star press off the top rope, didn't you, Brock? You fuck around, broke your neck again. This nigga, he definitely hit her with a motherfucker shooting star. Oh my goodness, nigga. Nah, we not talking about Dan Severn. Dan Severn was never a world famous. He was cult-like. That's why I said, the first thing I said, who, Ken Shamrock? Hey, I put this on everything, Lakeem. I said, I asked Google how much. I said, at what weight was Ken Shamrock champion? Motherfucker said 205. I said, oh, he was light heavyweight. So yeah, she talking about Brock. I promise on everything. I ruled everybody out. I was like, maybe she could be talking about Ken Shamrock because he seems like he snapped to put that bitch in the ankle lock. Brock Lesnar took this bitch to Suplex City. I don't even want to read no more. I told y'all stop bringing. Bro, I knew it was something. Brock, man, it was something. Brock, bro. I ain't never liked Brock Lesnar. I ain't never been no Brock Lesnar fan ever. Every time he come back, every time he won the belt, I was pissed every fucking time. I didn't like him when he was young. A world-famous athlete and former UFC heavyweight champion with whom WWE was actively trying to sign to a new contract and ultimately did sign that contract. Given McMahon's omnipotent position at WWE, told you, coercion was inherent in his increasingly depraved sexual demands. Specifically, while McMahon was CEO of WWE and Ms. Grant was employed as an entry-level coordinator in the legal department, McMahon recruited individuals to have sexual relations with Ms. Grant and or with the two of them directed Ms. Grant to visit defendant Laurinaitis prior to the start of workdays for sexual encounters and expected and directed Ms. Grant to engage in sexual activity at the WWE headquarters, even during work hours. Shit. Shit. Nigga, he was putting that snatch to work. All this time, McMahon ordered Ms. Grant to keep their relationship secret unless otherwise instructed, including lying to maintain whatever cover stories he fabricated. McMahon's assurances that Ms. Grant was safe and independent rang hollow in light of his efforts to isolate her from friends and attempts to chip away at her identity until it was replaced with his desired role for her to as his bitch, his fantasy, and or his porn star. Those are three different entities? Bitch, fantasy, porn star. While occasionally intermixing softer descriptors like girlfriend and baby, and even love when convenient. He exercised complete ownership and control over both her personal and professional lives. McMahon also subjected Ms. Grant to acts of extreme cruelty and degradation that caused Ms. Grant to disassociate and or become numb to reality in order to survive the horrific encounters. As one example of Mr. McMahon's extreme depravity, on May 9th, 2020, he defecated on Ms. Grant during a threesome.
You know, Rick is so wild and has went so far off the meter. It's shit that I can't even tell you on TV. I mean, you know, for the sake of our friendship, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna bring it up. But trust me, he's went there. He has went where it's like, yo, Rick, man, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? You done took this shit too far. And his response is like this: there's no such place. Darkness. Let's go to the abyss, nigga. I'm not with it, man. I don't want to go to the abyss, man. You know what I'm saying? Rick wants to go to the abyss. In fact, he dwells in the abyss. Rick James dwells in the abyss, okay? And he wants company sometimes, you know? And for some reason, he likes to reach out for me. Whenever I'm around, when he wants to go there, he will reach out for me to try to take me to the abyss with him. And I'm not with it, man. I'm not with it. And that's when we end up, you know, tussling or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. He hit every bitch that's ever wrestled till he got old enough to not hit no bitches. He hit so many bitches that now he has to shit on them. And not only did he hit so many bitches, he hit so many bad bitches. He shit on Trish. If he shit on her, he shit on Trish. Stand on it. Do something, nigga. mean, do something, nigga. He ain't shit on Trish. Wait, hold on. He didn't shit on Trish? He defecated on Miss Grant during a threesome and then commanded her to continue pleasuring his friend with feces in her hair and running down her back. I'm still here. Allegedly. Just Kiss My Ass Club was on national TV. You see what I'm saying, bro? That was on national TV, which lets you know how this nigga get down in private, nigga. 74 shitting on bitches, nigga. He shit on a bitch just 4 years ago, nigga. While McMahon went to the bathroom to shower off. Upon his return from the bathroom, McMahon and his friend actively resumed the threesome, which lasted over an hour and a half, while Miss Grant remained covered in McMahon's filth. When McMahon's friend left, McMahon ordered her to stay and continue to sexually gratify him. In June 2021, McMahon and defendant Laurinaitis sexually assaulted Miss Grant inside Laurinaitis' office in WWE headquarters while colleagues were busy at their desks. Behind the locked door, the two men cornered her and pulled her in between them and forcibly touched her before ultimately putting her on top of a table in between them. She begged them to stop, but they forced themselves on her, each taking turns restraining her for the other while saying, "No means yes." And take it, bitch. Bro, can I roll this blunt up any slower, nigga? Oh, shit. I didn't know I need to be high for this. I need to be high. No means yes. Remember how I told you about him being so powerful? See, this is what I'm saying. Vince McMahon has been this is why I said you should have never gotten in bed with him to buy his shit. You should have just beat him at his own game or wait till he died. TKO, y'all can try to act like y'all gonna just separate yourself from this. He shit on this bitch just 4 years ago. And y'all can act like y'all just started on this deal. Nigga, we all know y'all been talking on this shit for years, nigga. You should have never got in bed with this nigga. You're fucked. And then you brought him back last year. You're fucked. You're fucked. You're fucked. You're fucked. Netflix might be backing out. I would. Vince ain't with us. Nigga, his son is on the board, nigga. Y'all getting ready to fire Triple H? That's the only way y'all can even remotely start down that road. Y'all gotta fire Triple H. Everybody that's related to Vince gotta go. I even said in the beginning, I'm like, how the fuck is it? I always said it from jump. Y'all pulling off Vince, but y'all propping up Triple H. Like Triple H is gonna really do some shit that Vince don't want to happen. even though Vince, quote unquote, ain't in charge. Man, shut the fuck. You should have never got in bed with this nigga. You lazy, no talent bitches. You should have built your own wrestling promotion, or you could have took one of these. I said this to Javon and KS. I said, man, they spent $5 billion on WWE. I said you could have took a fraction of that and took one of these mid-tier ones and made them better than WWE. Nope. Lazy ass niggas threw the bag at these niggas and look what you bought. Fuck you bought. Unsurprisingly, others at WWE knew what was going on. But instead of intervening to protect Ms. Grant, WWE actively sought to conceal the wrongdoing. In January 2022, McMahon told Ms. Grant that his wife had found out about their relationship. Purportedly to avoid divorce, negative publicity, and other repercussions, McMahon said that Ms. Grant's time at WWE was at an end, but that he wanted her to sign an NDA to ensure her silence on, among other things, his personal misconduct. In the days ahead, McMahon put Ms. Grant under immense pressure to sign, saying that refusing would not only jeopardize McMahon, his family, and the company, but she surely become a public headline, suffer reputational ruin, including from the pornographic content McMahon had captured, and face McMahon's legal resources. Conversely, McMahon reassured her that her signature would ensure his continued support and protection and safeguard her reputation. Ultimately, Ms. Grant succumbed to the pressure and signed the NDA in exchange for payments, which McMahon later stopped making. He played that devil on TV too good, and I knew it the whole time. He was playing that shit too good. That's what you get, Vince. She probably wouldn't even be telling right now if you kept paying like you were supposed to. Greedy motherfucker. Demonistic ass nigga.
Yo, the devil's in full effect.
Even after pushing Ms. Grant out of the company and muzzling her with an NDA, McMahon continued efforts to exploit her, including attempting to traffic her to a WWE star who would be in New York City for a live event and TV taping in March 2022. Understandably, defendant's predatory conduct has left Ms. Grant crippled both physically and mentally, including from debilitating symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder and suicidal ideation. These symptoms led to her termination from her subsequent job running her building's operations due to her inability to leave her home for weeks at a time. Despite McMahon's promise of reputational protection, WWE appears to have leaked information that led to the public disclosure of her name by a media blogger who cited a source in hashtag WWE with direct knowledge of the situation. It's that one bitch ass nigga, right? You fucking trifling ass nigga. Which upon information and belief was an overt intimidation tactic aimed at Ms. Grant. WWE has also attempted to sweep the matter under the rug following media reports that McMahon was involved in a hush money payment scandal. WWE released a statement in June 2022 to announce that a special committee of its board of directors was investigating the alleged misconduct and appointing Stephanie McMahon as interim CEO and interim chairwoman. In this capacity, Ms. McMahon publicly affirmed her commitment to doing everything in her power, quote, doing everything in her power to help the special committee complete its work and to implement its findings, end quote. Yeah, AKA, yes, I'm going to help you guys put my daddy in prison. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. All power, bro. She also declared the importance of a safe and collaborative workplace. Notwithstanding this public statement, the investigation was a sham. Duh, she was investigating her daddy, nigga. In November 2022, WWE touted the conclusion of the special committee investigation into the misconduct, yet the special committee never even bothered to interview Ms. Grant or request any documents despite Ms. Grant stating that she would cooperate. Y'all didn't even talk to the victim? Y'all wild, my nigga. In SEC filings, the company tried to divert attention away from McMahon's abuse of women by focusing on the technical issue of how hush money was accounted for. In the words of the company, the issue was, quote, immaterial accounting errors related to certain payments that Mr. McMahon agreed to make during the period from 2006 through 2022, end quote. Through all this trauma, Ms. Grant has endured profound suffering and silence, feeling of exploitation, loss of security, and the facing of fear and facing the wrath of WWE, and the fear of facing the wrath of WWE. My bad. And McMahon's army of attorneys, if she were to come forward and bring to light the egregious acts detailed herein. That time has passed, and Ms. Grant seeks to hold defendants accountable for their reprehensible and unlawful acts for her own sake, and for others. Ms. Grant seeks a declaratory judgment that her NDA is invalid under federal and state laws, and asserts claims other laws, and including the Trafficking Victims Protection Act. Defendant, WWE Wrestling. Oh, shit. It's a Delaware limited liability company whose sole managing member is TKO Group Holdings. Y'all are fucked. Grand opening, grand closing. Y'all went from the Rock ringing the bell to this shit. You are fucked. Yeah, this is all just basically naming the people. John Laurinaitis is an Arizona citizen, nigga. They know exactly where you stay, nigga. And she was high up, nigga. They trying to get jurisdiction. All right, here go the factual allegations. Ms. Grant's introduction to McMahon turns into a 2-hour meeting between a potential entry-level employee and a billionaire CEO. Straight out of the fucking comic books, my nigga. Prior to having any involvement with WWE, Ms. Grant was dealing with profound grief with the loss of her parents. Are you about to repeat the whole part of this whole part again? Okay. Okay. So they kind of, okay. So we'll pick up right here. Ahead of the meeting, resident manager advised Ms. Grant to be energetic. This is ahead of her first meeting with Vince. McMahon is big on energy and talk to McMahon no differently than she talks to resident manager. On or about March 23rd, 2019, Ms. Grant arrived for the meeting in McMahon's condo with additional printed copies of her resume, a black notepad, and thank you cookies. Sitting at his dining table, McMahon looked at Ms. Grant's resume and complimented both her communication skills and common sense before discussing a little bit about their personal lives. I guess that's worded real weird. Little but their personal lives. Okay. For example, Ms. Grant, man, y'all niggas be trying to get millions of dollars and y'all can't spell check, grammar check. This is big. You're trying to get Vince, nigga. Y'all can't be fucking up. For example, Ms. Grant told McMahon about the hardship that led to her to resident manager's offer to help and describe losing her parents, her family's bankruptcy, and other trauma that led her to seek financial independence to ensure she would never experience losing her home again. McMahon shared stories about his upbringing, his traumatic childhood, growing up in poverty, and current family dynamics, including his separation from Linda McMahon, described as his ex and long gone. She gone. I told that bitch to get her shit and get the fuck out, nigga. Shit, she ain't my bitch, nigga. Nah, she ain't my bitch.
She belongs to the streets.
The fuck? He added his marital status is an arrangement on paper for business purposes and that he lives a quiet, isolated existence outside of the WWE. At the end of the meeting, McMahon told Ms. Grant that he didn't just want to give her a job, but give her a life. It's pimp shit. And that he would find a place for her at WWE. Stunned, Ms. Grant said that she didn't know how to thank him for possibly just changing my life. McMahon responded that one simple thank you is enough and that he'd accept a hug. They stood and embraced. Touch barrier broken. Vince is a savage. McMahon then told Ms. Grant that he'd get the ball rolling on the next steps, but it was a busy time of the year. WWE prepared for WrestleMania, explaining that it was WWE's Super Bowl. He then invited Ms. Grant to attend as his guest, along with resident manager, and added that he would personally select their seats to have the best possible experience. McMahon advised her that his office would reach out to her to set up a meeting with the trusted official, WWE Corporate Officer number 2 at WWE headquarters. After asking if her cell was the best number to reach her, McMahon shared his personal phone number with Ms. Grant, walked her to his door, and again hugged her while whispering, "So good." Oh, hell no, nigga.
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing?
Nah, nigga. McMahon arranges for Ms. Grant to be hired by WWE while beginning to groom her for sexual exploitation. On March 31st, 2019, the day before Ms. Grant was scheduled to meet with WWE Corporate Officer number 2, McMahon unexpectedly invited Ms. Grant to come back to his condo for pointers for her meeting with WWE Corporate Officer number 2. When she arrived, McMahon gave her a hug embrace and suggested they sit on the couch. It quickly became clear that McMahon had no intention of giving her pointers for an interview except for a single direction. If the topic comes up during her meeting, Ms. Grant could state they met through a mutual friend. During this meeting, McMahon described a surgery he had on his knee by touching Ms. Grant's leg and drawing a line with where the surgery had taken place with his finger. He stated that similar to rehabbing an injury, Ms. Grant cannot let scar tissue build up inside her from trauma as her vulnerability is a gift. This nigga. Pimpin'. McMahon explained that people are intimidated around him and are afraid to touch him. McMahon added that he is an affectionate person who likes to hug and starves for physical attention. Well, nigga, when Titus hugged your ass, you put that nigga off TV for 4 years. This O'Neal gave Vince that hug, nigga. Oh, you breaking kayfabe? Nigga, get the fuck out of here. McMahon then led Ms. Grant on a tour of his condo before hugging her goodbye, again whispering, "Feels so good." Man, pause. On April 1st, 2019, Ms. Grant met with WWE Corporate Officer number 2 at WWE headquarters for a short time. Officer number 2 hardly asked any questions, saying that WWE Corporate, that I'm gonna just call this motherfucker number 2, was figuring out where Ms. Grant would be placed and then promised to be in touch again after WrestleMania. Later that day, Ms. Grant texted McMahon and enthusiastically described her meeting with number 2. She also commented on a dinosaur skull that she saw on McMahon's office wall, prompting his response, quote, "By the way, if you're a bad girl, the T-Rex will eat you." Followed by, quote, "Seriously, Janelle, wherever you land in WWE, you will be a credit to the organization," end quote. On April 7, 2019, Ms. Grant and resident manager were provided a VIP experience at WrestleMania, including private transportation in a black SUV arranged by McMahon. Per McMahon's instruction, Ms. Grant diligently took notes about her impressions from WrestleMania, her first time attending such an event. Ms. Grant left overwhelmed with emotion and feeling hopeful that everything McMahon promised was becoming a reality. Over the next several weeks, McMahon invited Ms. Grant to his condo on several occasions, each time assuring her that he would find the right position for her at WWE. For each meeting with McMahon, Ms. Grant brought sample job descriptions she found online to review with him and demonstrate the types of roles she might fit in. McMahon listened to Ms. Grant, asked her questions, and pointed out qualities that he described as rare gifts, including her, quote, goodness, vivaciousness, childlike innocence, and ability to be vulnerable.
Yo, the devil's in full effect.
Nigga, was he brushing the hair off the back of your neck when he said that? Like, what the fuck? All things that made her an easy target. Yeah, basically. McMahon also initiated long physical embraces with Ms. Grant, repeatedly telling her that he trusted her, that he could be himself around her, and how he opened up his home to her. How he opened up his home to her. During one visit to the condo in late April 2019, McMahon did not greet Ms. Grant when she entered, but instead called her to his master walk-in closet. Hello? As soon as she turned the corner, McMahon emerged from his bathroom wearing only briefs. The tank is out. Shocked, Ms. Grant turned around and apologized as McMahon laughed and asked her to turn around. He then handed her a shirt and asked her for help with the buttons. McMahon reminded her that he was working hard on her role and said he felt good about her taking care of him. Around that time, McMahon also told Ms. Grant that he would never forget how helpless she looked when they first met, that he wanted to wrap his arms around her and assured her, quote, that everything is going to be okay, end quote, and that Ms. Grant's problems were in the past. Bitch, that last nigga you was fucking with, he ain't balling like me, bitch. McMahon also told Ms. Grant that he viewed her as a true friend. However, McMahon advised Ms. Grant that people at WWE could never know about their closeness or else rumors would spawn and threaten them, particularly due to Ms. Grant's physical beauty. McMahon also emphasized that the circumstances could jeopardize the company. Around this time, he mentioned that he had an attorney on speed dial whom he described as the best of the best at making problems, including people who become problems, go away.
I like when you like this, Daddy. Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit.
No,
I like that.
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing?
Yeah, sounds like his enemies get swallowed up. On April 21st, 2019, McMahon unexpectedly invited Ms. Grant to his condo to provide her with an update. Upon her arrival, McMahon assured her, why would you write it like that? Assured her that he was a man of his word, that his office would be in touch with her soon with the right role. As she turned to leave, McMahon grabbed a large black electric massager and told Ms. Grant to turn around for a demonstration. He quickly moved to rubbing his hands on Ms. Grant's upper back before reminding her that she would hear from his office about next steps in a day or two. Yeah. 2 days later, Ms. Grant was contacted about further meetings at WWE. A week later, she met with two high-ranking human resource employees, referred to herein as number one, HR number one, and HR number two, respectively. Both HR number one and HR number two provided Ms. Grant with their impressions about company culture at WWE and confirmed that, quote, the ball was in their court, end quote, to figure out where she would best fit in at WWE. On May 5th, 2019, Ms. Grant visited McMahon's condo again, and the topic of, quote, bucket list, end quote, came up, during which Ms. Grant expressed that she always dreamed of attending the Belmont Stakes. You running game now.
Not slick.
You know this nigga married. I don't want to hear that you went to the Belmont Stakes after this. McMahon responded that he would personally acquire 2 tickets for her, which Ms. Grant said she could not accept. Okay. Bet. McMahon then stood up from his chair and knelt in front of the chair where Ms. Grant was seated, blocking her from standing. He leaned close to Ms. Grant and told her to kiss him. Ms. Grant paused and gave McMahon a kiss on the cheek, to which McMahon sighed, quote, "That's not what I meant," end quote.
You are watching When Keeping It Real Goes Wrong.
Just ask them how I did it. I got out the limo, grabbed her hand, and went upstairs and fucked her.
After McMahon walked off to his bedroom and said that he wanted Ms. Grant, she swiftly rejected his advances and tried to reason with him that he was putting her in a bad position. Ms. Grant pled with McMahon to stop and think about what he was doing. McMahon then begged repeatedly simply to hold Ms. Grant. Out of fear for her employment and his earlier implied threats about his legal team dealing with problems, Ms. Grant lay down in bed next to McMahon and kept her hands clasped and ankles crossed as she acquiesced in saying that he could only hold her, but nothing more. When Ms. Grant tried to make small talk about WWE's TV storylines, McMahon suggested she watch the next episode of Monday Night Raw and text him before the broadcast. After she agreed, he forcibly kissed her and began pulling down a strap from her sweater. Ms. Grant then sat up, said she needed to leave, and had a lot to process, and then left. The next day, Ms. Grant watched the show as promised and texted McMahon, "You stupid bitch." That was your chance to get away. You saw that bag. You saw that bag. She was shocked when he appeared on the show and texted back in the middle of the live broadcast. Quote, "That was a very nice message. Smiley face. Made me smile. Smiley face, end quote. And I'm sure it wasn't a smiling emoji nor a Vince. It was probably smiley faces like that. On May 9th, 2019, McMahon texted Ms. Grant that she will have a job at WWE by that Friday. The next day, Human Resources, or HR number 2, called Ms. Grant to inform her that the WWE corporate officer number 4 would contact her at 4 p.m. to discuss a legal role. After her call with WWE corporate officer number 4, Ms. Grant sent McMahon a thumbs up text message to indicate the call went well. Around 7 p.m., corporate officer number 4 unexpectedly called her for a second time and formally offered her a job, saying, "Welcome to WWE." On May 11, 2019, McMahon invited Ms. Grant to his condo again and asked her to lay in bed with him before informing her that he had ordered WWE corporate officer number 4 to offer her the job, even though a job description had not been firmed up beyond a high-level summary. While incredibly excited to finally receive long-awaited employment and financial security, Ms. Grant expressed to McMahon that there seemed to be a conflict between his doing this and his warning to Ms. Grant that no one could know about their closeness. He appeared amused with this, replying, quote, "It's my company," end quote. McMahon then undressed down to his briefs. This nigga loves getting down to his panties, nigga. Like, we just saw it. I showed y'all this nigga getting down to his panties on live fucking TV. What you think he be doing to the in private? Immediately, as soon as bitch walk in the room, Vince in them panties. No wonder he be making... Wrestlers, y'all got to stop wearing trunks. Because there's a reason why Vince is stripping down to some fucking panties just immediately. I told you the niggas is all powerful. How did I start this off? Vince, y'all don't understand how powerful Vince is. This nigga sit there saying it's my company and then pulls his pants down. Nigga, that's a cartoon villain, nigga. Sound like a straight South Park villain. This sounds like South Park wrote this about Vince. This sounds like South Park making fun of Vince. This shit this bitch said, this sounds like South Park wrote this shit. If you told me that South Park wrote this and gave this to this bitch for her to file, I would believe it. He shit in her hair while they was having a threesome. South Park wrote this, nigga. Where was them niggas at, bro? Hey, nigga, keep y'all hands where I can see them. Because I need to know where these niggas was at, because this bitch said they had a threesome and Vince shit in her hair and everybody got to clean up except her. Nigga, threesome over, nigga. What? McMahon then undressed down to his briefs while Miss Grant remained clothed, and he began kissing Miss Grant and inserting his hands into her pants without consent. On May 16, 2019, McMahon informed Miss Grant that he had obtained 2 tickets to the Belmont Stakes scheduled for June 8th. Ms. Grant received an offer letter for WWE for an entry-level job as a legal administrative coordinator with a salary of $75,000. On May 18, 2019, McMahon summoned Ms. Grant the next day. Come back to the condo, bitch. And she brought a printed copy of the offer letter to review with him. McMahon informed Ms. Grant that her new boss, a WWE employee who worked in risk and government relations, referred herein as WWE employee number 1, was a decades-long family friend and confidant similar in age to McMahon and one of a small original group that what McMahon called the Titan family, who helped the WWE expand from a regional promotion to a global juggernaut. Paul Heyman? Who is this? Decades-long family friend. Nah, it ain't Paul Heyman. Who is it? Blessing, what's happening? Bobby's World, what's happening? You think that's Laurinaitis? But she's already mentioned Laurinaitis, so maybe she's gonna go into calling him Laurinaitis right here. McMahon stated that outside of his attorney, WWE employee number 1 was the most feared figure in the company because WWE employee number 1 usually fired employees. Who fired employees? Kevin Dunn? It was fucking Kevin Dunn, bro. Wow. Beyond that, he offered little detail about Kevin Dunn's role at WWE. Instead, he focused on Kevin Dunn's personal traumas, explaining that similar to Ms. Grant, WWE employee number 1, Kevin Dunn, has no family left after the WWE employee number 1's spouse passed away. So that's confirmed Kevin Dunn then, right? That's confirmed then, right? Spouse's part is off. We gotta figure this out then. Who the fuck would marry Kevin Dunn anyway? Could have lied. I'm sure he lied about a gang of this shit. Had to. Man, this is all bad. He has no family left. Spouse passed away. The McMahons in WWE were the employee's surrogate family. McMahon touted that person's loyalty, saying the WWE employee number one would be able to protect Ms. Grant, and then led her to his bedroom while giving her the command of, quote, please don't stop this, end quote. What? During the May 18, 2019 encounter, Ms. Grant felt coerced into engaging in sexual activity that McMahon had trapped her and bro, they wrote this so fucking weird. Trapped her in an impossible situation as she feared adverse career and personal consequences and legal retaliation if she declined his advances. McMahon stated, quote, this is what I have been waiting for. Oh my Lord. He just sounds just like he's in the ring, bro. As he performed oral sex on Miss Grant. Oh my Lord. Nah, hold on, nigga. Hold on, nigga. Wait. Zach Morris, timeout. Wait. I mean, hold up. Wait. Cause this is some bullshit. We don't play. This nigga saying that's what I was waiting for before eating the pussy is wild. I got to be honest with you. That's just this nigga Vince nigga. She can't be making this up, nigga. This is too specific, nigga. Ms. Grant asked that protection be used, and McMahon responded that there was no need to worry because he was clean. Bitch, I can't have nothing. Bitch, I can't have nothing. The like button. Hit the PayPal cash out so he hit the $20 goal. Cause I'm not trying to go in Vince's office, my nigga. Feeling that she was being used for his gratification, Ms. Grant went numb and was unable to make eye contact. McMahon then flipped on his back and said, okay, jack him off. What the fuck? What the fuck? The power this nigga has, and I try to tell y'all, he's so powerful, nigga. Jack him off. Disturbed by the consensual sexual encounter, she hoped that McMahon would cease his advances, but his advances continued and left her to fulfill his demands or lose her job. On June 16th, 2019, the day before starting with WWE, Ms. Grant attempted to shut down any further, and it had to be my birthday. Ms. Grant attempted to shut down any further physical contact or sexual encounters by admitting to McMahon her unhappiness and concern starting her first ever job in his legal department, no less. While in a physical relationship with the chairman and CEO, she requested that they end any physical relationship while remaining friends to avoid any risk to either of them. McMahon refused, saying that it was not ending, it did not need to, and that he did not, quote, ever envision, end quote, it ending. That's my pussy, bitch. He reminded her that he trusted her, reiterated that rumors would lead to trouble, probed whether her silence would be an issue, and brushed off her concerns that she was struggling with the feeling that her job felt unearned. McMahon told Ms. Grant that all she needed to do was not tell anyone that, quote, it just has to look legit. This nigga is Mr. McMahon in real life. McMahon then spun the conversation and told Ms. Grant to focus on the positives and embrace that her life was about to change, saying, it isn't what you've always wanted. McMahon manipulatively emphasized that she's about to start an adventure and gained a new family with WWE. As a surrogate for the family she had lost. Oh, you dirty bitch. Ultimately, Ms. Grant's unsuccessful attempt to end further unwanted physical contact quickly taught her that her view on the matter was not relevant. Ms. Grant's WWE career commences minimal work and an absent boss. Ms. Grant, June 17, 2019, reported to WWE headquarters for her first day of work, with attorneys in glass offices and support staff in cubicles with low walls and tall monitors. It was easy to see how much other colleagues worked. As a quiet and small department, it was even easier to overhear their conversations. Ms. Grant was immediately surprised that there was not much work assigned to her, struggling even to appear busy in her new role. In stark contrast, colleagues who complained about overflowing inboxes, Ms. Grant's phone only overflowed with controlling and sexually charged text messages from the chairman and CEO, reminding her both of McMahon's power and ever-present surveillance. Fuck! You mine, bitch! Colleagues shared onboarding stories with Ms. Grant and talked about receiving pre-made binders of information or the opportunity to shadow departing employees, none of which happened for Ms. Grant. Nor did anyone know what her unusual title of administrative coordinator meant. Ms. Grant did not even meet WWE employee number one until her second week of employment. WWE employee number one was a lively individual who frequently regaled the legal department with the stories of others at WWE. If McMahon's name was mentioned, number one would turn to Ms. Grant with a smile and finger point and a comment that drew attention to her connection to McMahon, such as, quote, she knows what I'm talking about, end quote. What? Number one and Ms. Grant bonded as quickly as McMahon had predicted. Ms. Grant, referred to as partner, was taught words to live by in WWE, including, quote, we do what's in the best interest of the company, end quote. Protect the business, end quote. And if McMahon wants something, quote, the answer isn't no, but rather how do we make it happen, end quote. Employee number one also impressed on Ms. Grant that job titles, quote, don't mean anything, end quote, for members of McMahon's inner circle, which she was clearly considered to be a part of. As WWE employee number one was seldom in the office and required little administrative support, Ms. Grant reported indirectly to another WWE employee within the legal department, referred to herein as WWE employee number two, who provided her with occasional projects related to talent appearances in XFL that helped fill Ms. Grant's time. Based on her hiring alone, WWE corporate officer number four was on notice that there was something different about Ms. Grant, namely her connection to McMahon. As Ms. Grant feared and had expressed to McMahon, she was unhappy that a spotlight was unnecessarily put on her before she ever set foot in the office. Ms. Grant immediately noticed that the WWE corporate officer number 4 was warm with other colleagues but cold towards her. Beginning in July 2019, after Ms. Grant raised an issue related to XFL's performance-enhancing drug policy with Mr. McMahon, WWE corporate officer number 4's behavior shifted from cold to actively hostile. If Ms. Grant walked into a room while WWE corporate officer number 4 was laughing with colleagues, number 4's expression immediately became blank, and number 4 would walk away. If number 4 and Ms. Grant walked towards each other in the hallway, number 4 stopped and changed directions. Colleagues noticed this shift in behavior. While some commented on it, Ms. Grant will comment on it to Ms. Grant, others emulated it. Notwithstanding the issues detailed above, Ms. Grant took her employment seriously. In contrast, McMahon continued a pattern of sending sexually charged messages throughout the work week. Certain her employment depended on her continued appeasement of and obedience to McMahon, and believing she needed McMahon's protection from the suspicious WWE corporate officer number 4 and others. Ms. Grant felt no choice but to respond in kind. From all this, Ms. Grant began to experience debilitating panic attacks in the office on a near daily basis that left her physically drained. She could not hide the physical symptoms of these attacks and texted resident manager, quote, "You should see the way people look at me when I'm having an attack," end quote. But while her co-workers noticed, no one dared get involved. McMahon's coercive control tactics to sexualize and dehumanize Ms. Grant. Oh, shit. In the summer of 2019, McMahon's presence was all-consuming in Ms. Grant's life. In the office, she felt monitored as she was surrounded by allies of McMahon, which led to continued daily panic attacks. Outside the office, McMahon sexualized her entirely. He no longer referred to her as a friend and largely stopped talking to Ms. Grant outside of sexting and fantasy talk. Any non-sexual texts related to life and or work were either ignored or given token responses like, okay, or yep. As detailed herein, Mr. McMahon was adamant about having Ms. Grant send him explicit photographs, impressing upon her that it was part of her sexuality. Given the control that McMahon had over Ms. Grant's employment, she felt compelled to comply and sent explicit photographs to McMahon's mobile device. Ms. Grant was routinely assured that the photographs she was providing to McMahon were to remain private and were part of their, quote, secret world, end quote. McMahon began to degrade Ms. Grant, calling her, quote, his bitch, end quote, while hinting at a fascination with having other people watch them engage in sexual activity. Oh, my. Vince, this is so much, nigga. Additionally, this complaint details encounters during which McMahon caused Ms. Grant to sustain physical injuries, including bleeding and pain from forceful use of sex toys. Despite Ms. Grant's pleas to cease any further sexual activity, the number of sexual encounters increased, as did McMahon's physical aggression during them. Notably, McMahon was most aggressive when using the certain sex toys named after male wrestlers. What? McMahon was most aggressive when using the certain sex toys named after male WWE wrestlers and performers. McMahon named the sex toys so that the color of the toy matched the race of the wrestler. For example, a black dildo would be named after an African-American wrestler, and a white dildo would be named after a Caucasian wrestler. In addition to McMahon's infatuation with pretending that other men, and namely certain WWE talent, were in the room with them, this was yet another incremental step in desensitizing Ms. Grant to his fantasy and eventual demands that she perform sexual acts for and or have sexual contact with others within WWE. Oh. During a David versus Goliath type wrestling match in 2019, Ms. Grant shared with McMahon her thoughts on the event, the draw of rooting for the underdog, and ideas for future events. McMahon complimented her creative input. She believed she was being taken seriously. That is, until McMahon named a dildo after the smaller wrestler.
You know, Rick is so wild and has went so far off the meter. It's shit that I can't even tell you on TV. I mean, you know, for the sake of our friendship, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna bring it up. But trust me, he's went there. He has went where it's like, yo, Rick, man, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? You done took this shit too far. And his response is like this: there's no such place. Darkness. Let's go to the abyss, nigga. I'm not with it, man. I don't want to go to the abyss, man. You know what I'm saying? Rick wants to go to the abyss. In fact, he dwells in the abyss. Rick James dwells in the abyss, okay? And he wants company sometimes, you know. And for some reason, he likes to reach out for me. Whenever I'm around, when he wants to go there, he will reach out for me to try to take me to the abyss with him. And I'm not with it, man. I'm not with it. And that's when we end up, you know, tussling or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, he ain't got no Rey Mysterio dildo. Nah, I gotta get this taste out of my mouth. Lord, bless this food. I'm dreaming right now. I ain't never been this high. This nigga got a Dwayne Gill dildo. Oh, no, bro. He does not have a Gilbert. Nah, nigga. I ain't heard none of y'all big name reporters report on this. Only LNC Wrestling. I can't even believe this shit. I'm on my way to OVW, NWA.
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing?
I done read a lot of fucking court cases on this show. Diddy shit was fucked up. Aaron Hall shit was fucked up. This is what a real billionaire look like. Diddy a fake billionaire. Vince a real one. I gotta cleanse my mouth and everything out from this shit. I gotta take my eyes off of this paper for just half a second. Hit that like button, bro. I'm about to get back to it. You just gotta give your boy half a second, my nigga, because this shit wild, and it keeps getting wilder, nigga. So I gotta brace myself because it's obviously gonna get worse. Because this is the beginning stages. Astro was happening. I'll vouch for KS. I was busy all day, but I was reading updates, trying to keep up with Javon and KS. And KS kept mentioning he had to take breaks, nigga, and I get it now. Like, this shit out here, bro. And it's so detailed, you know she's not lying. Mr. McMahon, when the camera was on him, was nothing but a live feed. When Vince shit on that bitch, was it accidental? Press 1 for yes, 2 for no. Like, how can you ask that and still be eating? I'm built for this shit, nigga. I just need a moment. He was 74 when it happened. He was in his 70s. That's why. This can't be real. And then everybody like, yeah, he shit on that bitch on purpose, nigga. Don't get it twisted. Yeah, Mr. McMahon. I'm Mr. McMahon. I'm Mr. McMahon. Going to hell, niggas. There's no question. There's no question, nigga. He's going to hell, bro. And this bitch was going home every night. Was like, I'm just doing this for the money. And I'm like, that's when you should have realized you need to stop. During a David versus Goliath type wrestling match in 2019, Ms. Grant shared with McMahon her thoughts on the event, the draw of rooting for the underdog, and ideas for future events. McMahon complimented her creative input. She believed she was being taken seriously. That is until, here's my favorite thing. They left Mr. off. They call her Ms. Grant, but just call him McMahon because they know that his stage name is Mr. McMahon. Like, that's when he feeling his element. They refused. They just call this nigga McMahon. McMahon named a dildo after the smaller wrestler and attempted to sexualize the situation, diminishing her input. The Rey Mysterio dildo is wild. By fall of 2019, McMahon frequently pressed for pornographic videos and more explicit content. When Ms. Grant exposed apprehension with his request, McMahon responded with assurances that she could trust him or questioned why she didn't trust him. McMahon also took care to remind Ms. Grant of his power and influence, such as by flaunting a meeting with the Saudi Crown Prince in October 2019. McMahon tightens his grip on Ms. Grant and discredits her doctor, replacing him with one of McMahon's choosing. What? In addition to her panic attacks, Ms. Grant began experiencing increasingly severe physical, mental, and emotional symptoms, including sleep disruption, dizziness, exhaustion, rashes, weight loss, hair loss, and migraines. In November 2019, Ms. Grant informed McMahon that her doctor suggested that her symptoms stem from trauma and ongoing stress. McMahon mocked her, quote, emotional trauma my ass. Emotional trauma my ass. Bitch, say something else.
Yeah!
However, on November 20th, 2019, McMahon insisted that Ms. Grant see a physician of his choosing. This physician is referred to herein as, quote, celebrity doctor, end quote. Oh, no. And the facility that celebrity doctor operated from is referred to herein as, quote, alternative clinic, end quote. McMahon and celebrity doctor assured Grant that her bills at alternative clinic would be taken care of under Mr. McMahon's account. After the initial visit, it became apparent to Ms. Grant that McMahon and the celebrity doctor wanted Ms. Grant to remain in the care of celebrity doctor's practice, and Ms. Grant felt pressure to do so. Celebrity doctor made comments about how celebrity doctor, they, referring to McMahon and alternative clinic, had saved her life. And celebrity doctor often remarked how Ms. Grant was unable to even make eye contact with celebrity doctor during their initial sessions, an obvious sign of trauma. Ms. Grant acknowledged having a relationship with with McMahon during a visit with celebrity doctor, who gave little reaction, save telling her that there were, quote, many different paths to God and love.
Yo, the devil's in full effect.
Celebrity doctor lavished attention, treatments, and products on Ms. Grant, all of which were paid for under McMahon's account. Ms. Grant was never provided with any receipts. When Ms. Grant inquired about certain treatments provided, celebrity doctor challenged her on whether she trusted celebrity doctor and postured that if she didn't trust celebrity doctor, then, quote, we should part ways right now, end quote. You should have, bitch. That's your fault. At the outset of her care with celebrity doctor, each session lasted up to 1 hour. Ms. Grant would leave feeling exhausted from celebrity doctor's deep dives into her personal and work life as quote, a coach, end quote, focused on behavioral science. She went to a sham doctor that this nigga just had this motherfucker just getting all this information that he was using against her. Wowzers. In 2020, McMahon voices concern about rumors, then publicly exploits her and Ms. Grant's desperate attempt to leave WWE. On January 30th, 2020, WWE issued a press release announcing that the company's co-presidents, George Barrios and Michelle Wilson, were departing the company and would no longer serve on its board of directors. A significant drop in WWE's stock price followed. The company announced that Frank Riddick III, a member of the board of directors for more than 11 years, would be interim chief financial officer and report directly to McMahon. On February 3rd, 2020, McMahon sent a message to Ms. Grant advising he had been informed by WWE corporate officer number 2 that there were a lot of rumors circulating about McMahon and Ms. Grant. McMahon warned Ms. Grant that rumors, quote, were not good for either of them, end quote. Then on February 10, 2020, without any advance warning, Ms. Grant was temporarily relocated to the XFL workforce. Sent that bitch to the sticks. Ms. Grant, having been desperate to escape the feeling of being trapped in her existing WWE, applied to remain with the XFL on March 6, 2020. She openly vocalized her desire to remain with XFL to colleagues, even referring to her state of work at WWE as, quote, nothingness, end quote. And she sought permission to make the change official from WWE employee number 1 and corporate officer number 4 before informing McMahon. I wonder how this went. Days after this, during which time she had finally told McMahon about her application to remain with the XFL, her request was denied. Oh, shit. In the weeks that followed, despite McMahon's warning about rumors and directions to Ms. Grant to play dumb, he began showing explicit photos of Ms. Grant to people both inside and outside the company. On March 26, 2020, McMahon sent a lengthy message to Ms. Grant describing in detail the circumstances surrounding sharing explicit photographs of Ms. Grant to a former WWE referee. Referred to herein as referee. It better not be Mike Chioda. No, they said former. He's still out here. Mike Chioda, you fuck her? McMahon described how WWE referee left to masturbate and told Ms. Grant she had made a perfect stranger very happy. Ms. Grant initially dismissed this as mere fantasy talk, believing that McMahon would not actually do such a reckless thing. But when she voiced apprehension about McMahon sharing naked photos of her with someone she did not know, McMahon's response was not to comfort her, but to assure of WWE referee's loyalty to him. This sharing of explicit photos terrified Ms. Grant as it illustrated McMahon's sheer lack of self-control, and it further panicked her that these private and intimate photos, which included her face, were being shared with complete strangers. On March 30th, 2020, McMahon enthusiastically messaged Ms. Grant that WWE referee has showed a friend a naked photo of Ms. Grant, which marked the beginning of Mr. McMahon sharing Ms. Grant's naked pictures with others who he encouraged to share with their friends. Share this shit with her friends. On March 31st, 2020, Ms. Grant expressed concern to McMahon that she had no intention of having sex with these strangers and requested McMahon make that message clear, as she felt threatened and distressed by the responses her pictures were getting. She made clear that she did not want any perception of her moving beyond the point of mere fantasy. You stupid bitch. But you let them say oh my man, this bitch. Her trying to act like I ain't gonna lie. Like, I know she don't want it to go that far, but I'm like, but you willing to let it go far enough. It's just like, you can't be playing with fire and then be mad when you catch flame. You can't be surprised by that. Shortly after McMahon surprised Ms. Grant with news that he had protected her job from a furlough that WWE would imminently announce, the furlough affected a large number of employees, and McMahon emphasized that he personally made sure that she would not be one of them, reinforcing her dependency on him, particularly after the majority of the support staff in the legal department, all hired prior to Ms. Grant, were furloughed. Damn. You was cool. You was okay keeping your job with everybody gone. You should have left with everybody else. Everybody else figured it out. Everybody else had qualifications, though. And became the most important figure in Ms. Grant's life as he meticulously asserted power and control over almost every aspect of it. Ms. Grant's fears intensified over the consequences that could result from McMahon's actions, particularly by sharing her naked pictures. She became paranoid, completely dependent on, and worshipfully devoted to McMahon. He, in turn, pressed forward in exerting his power over Ms. Grant as he saw fit. Mr. McMahon recruits other men and forces Ms. Grant into sex trafficking. Mike Chioda retired? Then it's Mike. If Mike Chioda's retired, it's Mike Chioda. That's why I said Mike. What other referees ever just like, they had complete job security, almost like they just in the family? Mike Chioda? Who? Maybe Earl Hebner, but I don't think Earl Hebner was going. Mike Chioda, like, in there, bro. He just so happened to retire in 22? Yeah, it's Mike. She talking about you, Mike. Van Vliet, all y'all niggas that's been interviewing this nigga lately. What's up, bro? Y'all better get this nigga on record. Y'all better get this nigga on record. Mike Chioda, what up? Ooh, always throwing up the fucking devil horns and shit. That's that nigga. That's Mike Chioda. Always throwing up them horns.
Yo, the devil's in full effect.
Trifling ass nigga. Trifling. Fucking disgusting. In May 2020, McMahon had recruited an individual whom he manipulatively referred to as friend to engage in a threesome with McMahon and Miss Grant. The friend turned out to be McMahon's physical therapist at Alternative Clinic. This is the billionaire swag, nigga. This is y'all niggas want billionaire swag. This is it. This nigga brought his physical therapist to come fuck his bitch with him. To induce Ms. Grant's participation in the threesome, McMahon began referring to Ms. Grant as his girlfriend and sent her a large bouquet of flowers. Nevertheless, on May 8, 2020, Ms. Grant expressed apprehension about participating in the threesome. In response, McMahon insisted that the plans were already made and suggested he would lose a friendship if she did not go through with it. On the day of the threesome on May 9, 2020, Ms. Grant showed up to the condo but reiterated that she did not want to go through with the act. But you there. She expressed fear of being thrown around like a rag doll by McMahon and physical therapists. After Ms. Grant clearly stated she wanted to back out, McMahon responded by telling Ms. Grant for the first time that he loved her, stunning her into silence. No, nigga, no! No! No, bitch! No! No. All this apprehension, but this nigga get to say I love you, and you like, oh, I was stunned into silence. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Don't you not the cap. You didn't want to do this shit, but you was doing it for the bag. Keep it a stack. I'll give you that much. I'll give you them. You didn't want to do it, but you was doing it. You was doing it more than you leading on, nigga. This nigga said, why would he even think that would work? And then you let us know that it worked. Then you let us know that, oh, nigga, come on, bro. I'm trying to help, nigga. But this is why you can't just, because I'm not the person that you're going to be able to judge. There's a whole lot of people that you're going to be able to tell them like, man, but I did it for the money. It's like, man, what were you supposed to do? What was she supposed to do? Go broke, nigga. Go broke. I'll be the nigga to tell you. I'm going to be that honest nigga to tell you. Go broke. I don't think it matters what was going around like that, Deanna, just off the strength of the way that he's dealing with her lets me know that he's probably done this with the majority of all the wrestlers I've seen on TV, the women wrestlers. He may didn't have these long relationships like that, but I guarantee he done won off a lot of these motherfuckers on some ridiculously terrible shit. She ain't the first one he's done this to. Which means that if he didn't even go this far with a lot of chicks, he still fucked up a lot of bitches mentally. This nigga's Mr. McMahon in real life. My childhood is literally just flashing before my eyes right now, nigga. I remember when Mr. McMahon wasn't Mr. McMahon. He was just like the pussy. Vince McMahon was the pussy announcer. then Stone Cold allowed him to be who he really is. So Stone Cold was so good at being anti that nobody ever really took it. Bro, when I got, I was just like, man, remember how I started this stream off, and I showed y'all like that shit fucked you up seeing it now. Like, man, he was having a nigga kiss his fucking a grown ass man kiss his ass, and the reason that Regal did it was because if he didn't, he was losing his job in real life. Anybody that knows wrestling behind the scenes know that Vince petty like that. The smallest thing will get you fired from WWE. Get you fucking suspended, taken off TV for months over some dumb shit. And this is like people's livelihood. So yeah, I think he did have a bitch or two on the side doing all this shit too. She probably wasn't even the only one he was doing this type of shit to at the time. That's the fucked up part. That bitch that probably was mad at her, he probably was doing the same shit with her. That's probably why she was mad. Just on some real shit. Cause I know it's in like William Regal. You just gotta walk away, nigga. I get why he did it. I don't think he did it because he got off on it. It's possible he could have, but I don't think he did. Like, he was gonna lose his job. I'm telling you, one time the show was ended and Titus O'Neil like hugged Mr. McMahon, but I guess like part of the storyline was it wasn't supposed to be taken like that or whatever. And it was such a throwaway thing that none of the fans really even cared about. And this nigga was suspended off TV for like 6 months over it. Like, he's done shit to these niggas in real fucking life. He did, bro. No matter if it was Bret Hart's fault or not. He made Bret Hart the most cleanest wrestling character since fucking Hulk Hogan. He made him break kayfabe to the point of hawking the biggest loogie in this nigga's face on TV. You a special type of demon to get motherfuckers to do that. The rumors of how he never wanted niggas to ever really get in any type of position. It's like every aspect of his villain shit has come out to be true. From the racism, sexism, fucking just the satanic, demonic shit, living like fucking Epstein type shit, like. And somehow this shit comes out in 2022 in July. He steps down, and then TKO stupid asses bring this nigga back to jack up the fucking stock price last year. That's what you get. I ain't trying to hear it, nigga. I'm on the fence about fucking with y'all, for real. Like, this is some crazy nigga. Is that, bro, for me to like really reassess like what I'll deal with certain shit, nigga, this is it, bro. This is big, bro. This is big, bro. I can't ignore this. I can't ignore this because I love wrestling. And there's no way there's no other promotion because there's no way you can miss me. You can hit me with, oh, well, I bet this shit happens in other promotions. Yeah, to an extent. No promotion has ever had a nigga that's had the type. Tony Khan still don't fucking, he ain't got Vince power. Tony Daddy got Vince power. This is the wildest shit I've ever read in my life, bro. This looks like production notes before Raw in 96, bro. Yeah, this is like we gonna find out Adam Silver literally got slaves in the basement. Like, you expected Vince to tell a bitch, give me some head, or you can't work here, or if you want this job. You expected that, but like to go this far, he created a high level. Think about all the low level head he got. Because remember, he gave this bitch, he made up a high level position for this bitch. Let me ask you this, wrestling fans. When you hear this shit that I'm reading, right? I want you to think about something. Don't that airplane shit hit different now? Think about what that airplane was like now. We obviously we ain't scratched the surface on that fucking plane because they thought it was wild. If Vince did all this, that bitch, that plane ride was a motherfucker, my nigga. McMahon's tactic resulted in the outcome he wanted, and he led her down the stairs to the bedroom where physical therapist was already waiting to begin the threesome. Early in the encounter, McMahon immediately directed Ms. Grant to lay down on her back in a supplicating position. While straddling over her, McMahon defecated on Ms. Grant's head. She's laying on her back like this, and this nigga stood over her head and shitted on her face.
I love you. I'm sorry I said I love you.
McMahon left to shower off, but he instructed Ms. Grant to remain in place with excrement in her hair and to continue performing for his friend. While Ms. Grant requested protection, none was offered. They shit on you, bitch. McMahon and physical therapists actively continued with the threesome and directed Ms. Grant's sexual performance for around an hour and a half while she was left covered in feces. Following the threesome on May 11, 2020, McMahon sent an explicit message to Ms. Grant that further detailed his fantasies of seeing her engaged in sexual relations. This is from Vince. This is the text message.
I love it. That's you, Janelle. You just can't get enough, can you? In the future, it's going to be so bad that you'll demand to be fucked twice a day. And not just with
somebody else.
In a three-way. Why not let others see that beautiful, voluptuous body and watch you shake uncontrollably when you come? They'll go out of their minds. Then I'll find more friends and we'll tie you up so you're helpless. I'll direct them to have their way with you any way they want. Who can make you scream the loudest? Maybe I'll just line them up and have them squirt in your mouth, your pussy all over your tits, and your ass all at the same time. You'll be covered in cum, and we'll make you eat all and taste everybody's cum. The next morning, you'll be a little sore, but you're still going to want more.
This nigga Vince McMahon is a whole ass savage. This nigga's talking about having a bukkake party with this. I'm done, bro. This nigga Vince is out of pocket, nigga. This nigga's out of This nigga gonna die before trial. This nigga, you going to hell, nigga. Your pussy. Maybe I'll just line them up and have them squirt in your mouth, your pussy, all over your tits and ass all at the same time. You'll be covered in cum and will make you eat it all and taste everybody's cum. Billionaire swag. Y'all niggas said y'all want to be billionaires. This what y'all want? Raw rolls on after this. Oh my goodness. They got screenshot text messages in this motherfucker, nigga. This is worse than Diddy, nigga. This is worse than Diddy, nigga. Wowzers. McMahon then pressured Ms. Grant into several additional threesomes, in large part because she felt she had no other choice. Particularly after Ms. McMahon's comments that he had personally assured that she had not lost her job. Her subsequent run-ins with physical therapists at alternative clinic also served as a reminder of how much was at stake if she did not obey. McMahon controlled Ms. Grant's employment, income, and paid for her medical care, circulated naked pictures of her, and ignored her lack of consent for the first threesome. Indeed, when text conversations would begin to cross over from McMahon's fantasies into reality, Ms. Grant often attempted to avoid physical encounters with physical therapists, as on September 23rd, 2020, when she told McMahon there was no room for a third body. Oh, my Lord. This bitch trying to have boundaries with a billionaire is outrageous. TKO, y'all in trouble, nigga. After the threesome began, McMahon became more sadistic, and his fantasies focused on control, such as choking, sensory deprivation, pain, humiliation, and group scenarios in which Ms. Grant was to be physically overwhelmed and subservient. Read your last picture. You need your panties ripped off and 3 big black dicks in all 3 holes at the same time.
You know, Rick is so wild and has went so far off the meter. It's shit that I can't even tell you on TV. I mean, you know, for the sake of our friendship, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna bring it up. But trust me, he's went there. He has went where it's like, yo, Rick, man, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? You done took this shit too far. And his response is like this: there's no such place. Darkness. Let's go to the abyss, nigga. I'm not with it, man. I don't want to go to the abyss, man. You know what I'm saying? Rick wants to go to the abyss. In fact, he dwells in the abyss. Rick James dwells in the abyss, okay? And he wants company sometimes, you know. And for some reason, he likes to reach out for me whenever I'm around. When he wants to go there, he will reach out for me to try to take me to the abyss with him. And I'm not with it, man. I'm not with it. And that's when we end up, you know, tussling or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Which one of you niggas is gonna be bold enough to walk out on WWE? Which one? Which one of you? Come on, black man. Come on, white man. Samoans, all you niggas. Which one of you niggas gonna be bold enough to be like, you know what? I can't have my name tied to this shit in any way. You got other places to go. There's other places that need you. Weigh up your pussy and weigh up your ass as far as they will go, but even farther. And the thickest cock goes down your throat, so it makes you gag and convulse as those big black cocks pound away. It feels like from the start you're being assaulted, but it's made you come nonstop. Just one continuous constant orgasm, and just before you pass out, those big black dicks squirt their loads of cum inside you. As you lay on your stomach, the cum is coming out of all your holes, and I'll turn you over and jack off all over you. Vince, it's way worse than I ever could have imagined. Way worse. On one occasion, he instructed Miss Grant, quote, do not knock on the door because if I see you, I will rape you in the hallway. To leave no doubt regarding the dynamic of their relationship, on May 12th, 2020, McMahon texted Miss Grant, quote, I'm the only one who owns you and controls who I want to fuck you, end quote. A theme that was often reiterated throughout their involvement. On June 17, 2020, Ms. Grant sent text to Mr. McMahon noting her one-year anniversary and joining WWE. McMahon ignored her. A month later, McMahon reminded Ms. Grant about the far-reaching results of his texting and explicit content of her, quote, by now thousands of men see you every day all over the world. They all want to fuck you. What? Nigga, what? Around this time, McMahon openly shared explicit photographs and salacious stories about Ms. Grant with WWE crew at TV tapings, a group McMahon also referred to as her, quote, fan club. Indeed, McMahon exuberantly messaged her a truthful story of having just shared explicit content of her with a group of 12 men on the WWE tech crew and recounted the obscene details he shared with them. I just passed my phone around to a bunch of guys on the tech crew. They were screaming, oh my God, she's fucking beautiful. Look at that ass. I like to get that. I paused to count out loud how many guys there were. 12. I then said, okay, there's 12 of you, and she would love to fuck each and every one of you at one time. The guys cheered, but she will only do it if she takes three at a time. That brought a huge reaction. She wants one deep in her ass, one way down her throat, and one in her pussy, and you can pound her and keep on pounding her till you pop your load. She may scream and try to say no, although it would be difficult to say anything with the cock down her throat. They laughed. I then laughed. Oh, listen, no matter. Then I said, listen, no matter what, just pound away till you squirt. Baby, these guys were having a blast with me.
Oh, nigga, you gay.
Some of them didn't believe me, so I said, you were the greatest fuck in the world, and no matter how much you get, you always wanted more. And then I said, she loves cum. Baby, these texts, as we call them, were having the time of their lives listening to my truthful story. I then said you would take a 10-minute break between each fucking, but then you would get back on your hands and knees with your ass in the air and say, okay, I'm ready. Who's next? Dun, 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 dun. Now she's Goldberg. I drove them wild, baby. Or I should say, you drove them wild. Just imagine if this really happened. How much cum you would have coming out of all your holes. This nigga's text messages are wild. I'm talking about, I can only imagine. This just hurt. On the occasions when Ms. Grant informed McMahon that she was physically injured during their sexual encounter, McMahon's responses varied from apologies to non-accountable pushback and blaming impulse control. When encounters were particularly brutal, Ms. Grant learned to book in the truth of her injuries with compliments to create the least amount of pushback from McMahon. However, Ms. Grant sustained brutal and painful injuries, including bleeding, swelling, bruising, and spans of incontinence resulting from McMahon's forceful use of his fists, adult toys, and objects unsafe for vaginal insertion or penetration. For instance, on August 28, 2020, Ms. Grant texted McMahon that she was injured during their last sexual encounter as a result of McMahon's insistence on penetrating Ms. Grant with extra-large sex toys, including a vibrating wand that caused her to panic. McMahon ignored Ms. Grant's warning that the device was not meant for insertion and forcefully shoved the wand inside of her so deeply that it became stuck for a period. He stuck the wand in her, bro. She texted she was in pain and bleeding a lot between last night and today, and I'm on the floor right now because I can't get comfortable. And on August 29, 2020, she texted him an update that she was still really uncomfortable and I got hurt in some way that I'm having trouble describing. McMahon did apologize, saying that, quote, sometimes I just get carried away. McMahon recruits Laurinaitis into his exploitation of Ms. Grant and transfer her into Laurinaitis department at WWE, trafficking and sex acts at WWE headquarters. Oh my lord! I guess now we're starting to get to the real shit. Oh my goodness! How about them Pacers? Shit. I'm just at a loss. A loss. During this time, Ms. Grant became so sick from the stress of the situations that McMahon had subjected her to that her weight plummeted to just over 100 pounds. Shit. McMahon ignored. One distressing event occurred on November 21st, 2020, when McMahon drove Ms. Grant to WWE headquarters to fulfill his fantasy of having a sexual encounter with her in his office, causing Ms. Grant to suffer a panic attack in the passenger seat while pleading with McMahon to change his mind and drive her back home. McMahon scoffed and then gave her an ultimatum. either have a sexual encounter in his office or inside the parked car. Terrified, Ms. Grant obeyed McMahon's directions and they entered WWE headquarters for the encounter. Further, despite Ms. Grant's repeated statements that she did not consent to threesomes with McMahon and physical therapists, McMahon advertised her to others and told her that he had found another person to join them, defendant John Laurinaitis. Oh, come on. The Raw general manager, nigga. Cuz, what's happening, my nigga? Oh, my goodness. Make sure you do. In November 2020, McMahon pressed Ms. Grant to make explicit photos and videos to send to Laurinaitis. McMahon orchestrated exchanges by instructing Ms. Grant when to create explicit content for Laurinaitis, including what to say, and provided her with notes to adjust her performance. McMahon then facilitated the exchange of explicit content back and forth between Ms. Grant and Laurinaitis. Oh, my Lord. Pimp. Notably, even once phone numbers were exchanged between Ms. Grant and Laurinaitis, McMahon insisted that he be privy to any messages that Ms. Grant sent to Laurinaitis and demanded that she report back about all interactions, further illustrating the level of control he held over Ms. Grant. On or about December 29, 2020, a threesome was arranged between McMahon, Laurinaitis, and Ms. Grant at McMahon's condo. McMahon instructed her to tell Laurinaitis that she was a neighbor and girlfriend working in the legal field, but not at WWE. This is messy than a bitch. This nigga messy like the fuck, like, no wonder that he played that role so good. This was him in real life. Shortly after meeting Laurinaitis, Ms. Grant asked him if she was the first woman whom McMahon had introduced him to in such a setting. Laurinaitis failed to respond and shot a look directly at McMahon, who quickly intervened by kissing Ms. Grant and initiating the sexual encounter amongst the three of them. Once again, Ms. Grant asked for protection. Once again, her request was denied after assurance that Laurinaitis was, quote, clean. Oh, this nigga is a Batman villain, bro. This nigga's a fucking Batman villain, nigga. In the days that followed, McMahon texted her that Laurinaitis hugged me like a bear and said thank you to me about 12 times already. In contrast, Laurinaitis messaged Ms. Grant, thanks for the fun afternoon. On or around January 25th, 2021, Ms. Grant reassigned to directly support WWE's new hire, a high-ranking employee in the legal department. On February 5th, 2021, McMahon sent Ms. Grant to establish a schedule for when other men, including physical therapists and Laurinaitis, could have sex with Ms. Grant, which Ms. Grant attempted to rebuff. Exactly, baby. He's not the only one. Blank called me this afternoon begging to eat you and fuck you with his nice and hard dick. What kind of shit is this, Vince? Give me another week, baby, and I'll be ready. I'm feeling more like myself. It's not great, but it's getting better. Tell him soon. I already told him, baby. By the way, Johnny wants Tuesday, but not this coming one, and the occasional Saturday. But maybe I could shift it to Thursday nights. This nigga's treating this bitch like NXT, SmackDown, and Raw, nigga. I already told him, baby. By the way, Johnny wants Tuesdays, but not this coming one, and the occasional Saturday, but maybe I can shift it to Thursday nights. Johnny would like all of the above. Get all aboard the whole train. And hard in parentheses is wild. Texts like this a shift schedule caused Ms. Grant to suffer breakdowns over how her original hope for a new life had been reduced to an objectified and dehumanizing existence with no way out. You should have turned your life over to Jesus and left this shit, bro. On or about March 6, 2021, a second threesome between McMahon, Laurinaitis, and Ms. Grant occurred. In March 2021, WWE had still not hired a replacement after WWE corporate officer number 4's termination in November 2020. See who got fired November 2020. Beat Squad, I need you. Find out who from corporate WWE got fired in November 2020. That should not be hard to find. On March 9, 2021, McMahon informed Ms. Grant, still an entry-level coordinator, that top executives in the company knew about their relationship and that her presence in the legal department was effectively delaying the company's efforts to hire a new replacement for this high-ranking official, reinforcing the fact that many within the company were well aware of the circumstances detailed herein. As a result, McMahon stated that the plan was for her to change departments, and he verbally directed Ms. Grant to transfer to the Talent Relations Department, reporting to Laurinaitis. On March 10, 2021, Ms. Grant sent McMahon a text message recapping their conversations and expressing shock and a range of concerns, including about Laurinaitis. Essentially, Ms. Grant expressed a desire to be treated more humanely and taken seriously, which she acknowledged could be an uphill battle. Unfortunately, Ms. Grant's transfer to the Talent Relations Department came with the expectation from both McMahon and Laurinaitis that she engaged with Laurinaitis sexually, both physically and with explicit content. On March 10, 2021, WWE corporate officer number 2 informed Grant that that day that she would officially be moved to Talent Relations and would quickly begin reporting to Laurinaitis through details about her role. I mean, this is like the most textbook misogynistic company ever. This is like Me Too never went through here. None of this shit ever went through here. This like sounds like that fucking Stone Age shit in the 50s where it was like, hey, if you the only girl working in the office, you fucking everybody. And not because you a hoe, because we fucking you. This is wild, nigga. She made her start fucking John Laurinaitis and then put her under this nigga as a subordinate. Wowzers. The level of, bro, Vince, TKO, bro, y'all in trouble, nigga. How y'all not just gonna be able to be like, oh yeah, nah, nigga, this was just a couple years ago. I could be like, if this was some shit from the 80s, if this bitch was like, this is some shit from when WWF days. The other day. Although details about her role, including a title and salary were still being firmed up, in essence, Ms. Grant again found herself in a completely undefined role, except for the understanding that she remained a sexual slave to be used and trafficked by McMahon within the WWE. On March 12, 2021, McMahon reminded her of the connection between her job and her role as a sexual object. Quote, let's work hard and play hard too. Oh, geez. On March 16, 2021, Ms. Grant was directed to pick up a key to Laurinaitis' hotel room and serve herself to him as breakfast before the start of work. And y'all niggas be fucking her too. Y'all niggas is trash, nigga. Trash ass nigga. Y'all making too much money. It costs a lot of money to keep this lifestyle up. It's gross. McMahon constantly reinforced the expectation that Ms. Grant sexually performed for him and her new boss, Laurinaitis, both in and out of the office. McMahon wrote on March 22nd, 2021, quote, do you promise to make me proud, baby? Will you show him what a porno star you can be? Will you show off for me like never before? And on days when he's in town, I want him to fuck you every morning and later in the office too. McMahon also indicated on April 2nd, 2021, you know, the day after April Fool's, just to make sure that Ms. Grant should obey if Laurinaitis wanted to bring in yet more men. Oh my. Maybe he wants 2 other guys to join you with him. What the fuck? Holy shit. You've told him you would do anything with him. So if he surprised you with 2 others, you would have no alternative than to take them on. Oh my God, the stories you could tell me then. It makes me want to come right now. By the way, I just thought of what I think is an excellent idea. Maybe you can hint that if he knows someone who can be discreet, it might be better if you and Johnny try him out first so he can get more comfortable before he is introduced to me. Actually, that makes total sense, doesn't it? No! This makes no sense.
I'm losing my motherfucking mind, man.
Vince. My nigga, this makes no sense. WWE freak off. Diddy sitting at the house like, Vince, we could have been kicking it months ago. Hashtag WWE freak off, nigga. Hey, nigga. Hey, Laurinaitis, you going to prison, nigga. Vince might get out of this. You wait. In April 2021, WWE Senior Vice President of Human Resources was fired. The same month, McMahon informed Ms. Grant that she would be given the title of Vice President of Operations within the Talent Relations Department. However, days later, McMahon backtracked and said she would be a Director of Operations instead to avoid suspicion of sudden promotion to Vice President. During this conversation, McMahon told Ms. Grant that he had expressed to other WWE management that he wanted her to reach the level of Vice President and spend a year or 2 in the position, as she would be able to take the experience anywhere. Ms. Grant left this conversation with McMahon, hoping that she could escape the situation with her finances and reputation intact. Bitch, you got shitted on in front of somebody. It's over. She just needed to survive until that point. In an April 2021 meeting between Ms. Grant, WWE Corporate Officer Number 2 acknowledged that the jump initially proposed to Vice President was too big and could put a target on Ms. Grant's back. Nevertheless, WWE Corporate Officer Number 2 presented Ms. Grant with paperwork detailing a base salary increase to $200,000 as Director of Operations. So they was just getting ready to send this bitch to the wolves, nigga. They was getting ready to send that bitch to the wolves, nigga. This is outrageous. As soon as Ms. Grant began working directly for Laurinaitis, forcibly touching and overtly sexual behaviors became part of daily life when he was in office. On numerous occasions, Ms. Grant was directed to visit Laurinaitis in his hotel room before work to serve herself to him as breakfast. These devastating experiences made Ms. Grant feel as though she were being pimped out now as an object for sexual gratification for her new boss. Upon information and belief, corporate funds for WWE were used to finance Laurinaitis' hotel stays when these coerced sexual encounters occurred. Oh, no, nigga. Uh-oh. TKO. This bitch is alleging that while being trafficked in these hotel rooms, they were being paid for by the company, nigga. Houston, we have a problem. This is a big problem. This implicates the whole company now. And The Rock is on the board. Congratulations, Rock. You sold your soul just in time. What was left of it? You can't make this up. Good job, Rocky. Per McMahon's instructions, Ms. Grant reported interactions with Laurinaitis back to McMahon, for whom the story served as a source of arousal. The arrangement with Laurinaitis left Ms. Grant miserable and enraged. However, in her years of experience with McMahon, she knew her request to stop would be ignored at best or used to destroy her career and reputation at worst. Ms. Grant was further left feeling isolated by colleagues and surveilled by the top-level employees within WWE. But here's my problem, bitch. You ain't said nothing this nigga's actually done. You ain't said no threat that he's actually come through on. Most girls had that story. It was like, I tried to leave once and then I found out. You ain't even got that. You just took them threats and was just like cool with it. I don't want to say like cool, but like you just took them threats. This crazy. Professionally and personally, Ms. Grant's fate was entirely in the hands of McMahon, Laurinaitis, and the other WWE executives who enabled her abuse. On May 24th, 2021, McMahon messaged Ms. Grant to remind her that a mistake could destroy her career and that she could pursue verbal communication rather than written where possible. Those compliments will keep on coming, baby. Just wait and see. I totally understand and agree re being scared of communication and photos. Johnny gets drunk and sloppy and could easily make a mistake that could cost him his job and yours too. Verbal communication is the way to go. That said, have you and Johnny talked about breakfast tomorrow? I can't deal with this nigga. We haven't discussed it at all. It's up in the air. Johnny complained about getting a new phone and it just arrived. I haven't set up time to coordinate setting it up with IT because I need him to assure me that he's erased everything he's ever saved. Truly, I regret that he ever got pics. It's not worth the stressing I'm feeling. I'm done with it. Panic that someone else's mistake could cost Ms. Grant her livelihood left her feeling helpless and afraid of what would happen if McMahon's mood shifted, leading her to message him expressions of loyalty, love, and submission as a coping mechanism, and with the hope that he would protect her. On June 14, 2021, Ms. Grant again told McMahon that she did not want to engage in sexual encounters with Laurinaitis, adding, quote, I've left that hotel feeling bad about myself every time, end quote. McMahon responded that the one-on-one encounters could cease, but that he expected threesomes with Laurinaitis to continue. McMahon and Laurinaitis confined Ms. Grant in an office for an abusive sexual assault at WWE headquarters. TKO, they raped the bitch in the headquarters, nigga. How y'all just walking away from this? Vince don't work here. The fuck he don't? He raping bitches in the office. Good job, Rock. The following morning, on June 15, 2021, at approximately 7:51 a.m., Ms. Grant messaged McMahon that due to her work on an important project, she did not want a threesome that week, as a threesome won't set me up for success. It'll knock me out. To avoid pushback from McMahon, Ms. Grant offered the following week instead. McMahon and Laurinaitis ignored her plea and brought her into Laurinaitis' office, forcibly touching and undressing her before first forcing her to engage in a threesome on a conference table. Ms. Grant pleaded, no, 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 and please stop. McMahon responded with, no means yes. Ms. Grant again told them to stop. Instead, McMahon licked his finger and penetrated Ms. Grant and said, quote, take it, bitch. With each taking turns restraining her for the other, Laurinaitis then joined by forcibly shoving his tongue, then penis, into Grant's mouth. So y'all violently raped this chick at the office. Okay. On June 23rd, 2021, around 11:42 a.m., McMahon directed Ms. Grant in the middle of a workday to meet him on a lower floor. When Ms. Grant arrived, McMahon led her inside his private locker room, locked the door, and forced himself on her over a massage table. Later that day, $15,000 in gift cards to Bloomingdale's were purchased at McMahon's direction and delivered by McMahon's personal assistant to Ms. Grant in her office. On multiple other occasions while Ms. Grant worked under Laurinaitis, including after McMahon's promise that one-on-one encounters would end, and even after his wife moved across the country to join Laurinaitis, he would call Ms. Grant to his office, lock the door, unzip his pants, and instruct Ms. Grant to perform oral sex.
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing?
He gave this bitch $15,000 in Bloomingdale gift cards. He didn't even give her cash. Through all this, Ms. Grant noticed that the less she sexually engaged with Laurinaitis, the less work she had as Laurinaitis began to belittle Ms. Grant in front of colleagues. Fearing for herself and her future, Ms. Grant asked Laurinaitis whether he still supported her promotion to vice president. He deflected with an answer about considering all options and changed the topic. The extreme uncertainty and fear for her future exacerbated Ms. Grant's physical symptoms of illness, including gastrointestinal issues and vomiting, which continued to worsen over the remainder of her time with WWE. McMahon uses Ms. Grant as a sexual pawn to entice world-famous wrestling talent and to keep WWE superstar under contract with WWE. $15 in fucking gift cards is wild, nigga. Just when a nigga thought they soul was worth just a tad more. Just a tad more. This is a... Did I tell y'all this was a brutal stream? This motherfucking brutal. 2 seconds. Can I get 2 seconds, bitch? Because this shit give me a headache. This nigga Vince is out here. Like, because me as a wrestling fan, you don't understand. Like, true wrestling fans understand what it feels like right now. Because this nigga is on a demon time that we didn't even understand as wrestling fans. Because Vince, all this shit that Vince is doing, we saw him do on TV. I showed you at the beginning of the stream. This is shit he did on TV. It's like, yeah, I believe that he was using his power to flex on some bitches and shit. This is, nigga, he was literally in wrestling character with this bitch. He found a bitch that would finally go for this shit. A bitch that was weak enough, going through it enough. He found the weakest bitch at her weakest point. She never even once, like, she was so scared of this nigga, she never tried that nigga once. Billionaire swag. If it ain't billionaire swag, then what is it? Again, I've read a lot of fucked up shit on this channel, nigga. This one takes the cake, my nigga. And now we getting ready to get into Brock Lesnar territory. And it just keeps, every time you think it's like at the end, it's like, and here's the next chapter. It's like, oh, nigga, more? Yes, nigga, more. Wait, it was other niggas? Yes, there were other niggas. It wasn't just her. Yeah, nigga, they was leaving their DNA everywhere. Everywhere, everywhere. Everywhere, everywhere. 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 Here comes the pain. Flabbergasted, bro. Vince McMahon out here on demon time. Good night, Bob. Don't watch wrestling before you go to bed. Just go to bed. So I know this was one of them streams where it's supposed to be like, you know, you see this shit, you like, shit. Well, I'm going to go on to go to bed and watch wrestling after this. Nah, nigga, don't do it. Go on to bed. These blunts ain't working. WWE superstar is famous worldwide as a top talent with WWE with a large collective fan base that helps generate viewership and drives in-person attendance, all of which enrich WWE and McMahon. Upon information and belief, McMahon began to recruit WWE superstar for a sexual encounter with Ms. Grant while she was still a coordinator in the legal department. By July of 2021, McMahon informed Ms. Grant that WWE superstar would be their next playmate. As in other instances, McMahon described his fantasy of seeing Ms. Grant engaged in unmerciful sexual acts with WWE superstar, during which he would rip her open. McMahon also confided to Ms. Grant that he wanted to have WWE superstar, like, hold on, rip her open. He said that, nigga. I just hear his promo voice. All this shit, I hear him. This sounds like a promo. This sounds like motherfucking Attitude Era promos, nigga. Shit. McMahon also confided to Ms. Grant that he wanted to have WWE superstar under a new contract, while WWE superstar indicated an interest in a return to other professional endeavors. On or about July 12, 2021, McMahon directed Ms. Grant to create personalized sexual content. This is Brock Lesnar, nigga. For Brock Lesnar. McMahon shared the photos with Brock and then informed Ms. Grant that he likes what he sees. Wait, what? On or about July 12, 2021, McMahon directed Ms. Grant to create personalized sexual content for Brock. Oh, I read that part. My bad. He's fucking me up, bro. I'm surprised I ain't done that more. On July 21st, 2021, McMahon flew and or caused Brock Lesnar to fly on a jet into a local airport and travel into Connecticut across state lines. Uh-oh. They setting it up for what McMahon described to Ms. Grant as, quote, a business dinner, end quote, as well as a sexual encounter with Ms. Grant in McMahon's condo. Upon information and belief, the dinner was to discuss WWE, to discuss Brock Lesnar's continued involvement with WWE. Prior to the business dinner with McMahon, Brock made a brief visit to Ms. Grant's building. However, Brock did not return to the building for a sexual encounter because he was too intoxicated and taken back to the plane. Later that evening, after McMahon recounted the story about his dinner with Brock to Ms. Grant, he sought to salvage the night with the request that they role play a sexual encounter in which McMahon acted as if he were Brock Lesnar. Oh no! Oh no! This nigga Vince is a real fucking villain. This nigga is a real villain, nigga. McMahon was so physically rough with Ms. Grant during the encounter, he gave that bitch an F5. Nigga, I'm done. Vince gave this bitch an F5. Tending to be Brock Lesnar, and they had a rough encounter. If he didn't give her an F5, what was the other thing he most likely did? If he didn't give her an F5, what did he most likely do? He sent that bitch to, thank you, KS. He sent that bitch to Suplex City, nigga. He gave that bitch 11 suplex across that fucking condo, nigga. Sent a bitch, Vince sent this bitch, I'm done, nigga. Bitch to Suplex City. This is a Batman villain, nigga. Russo wrote this, nigga. This is Russo all over this. Russo, you write this? This got you all over this, my nigga. He sent this bitch to Suplex City. He was so physically rough with Ms. Grant during this encounter that Ms. Grant begged McMahon to stop numerous times, including loud cries of, "Help, I'm serious, I'm scared," as he, among other things, penetrated her, fisted her, pulled her hair, pinned her, shoved her, and open palm slapped her. What did the five fingers say to the face? McMahon's assault caused Ms. Grant to break down weeping and curl into the fetal position with her arms pulled up to protect her face. McMahon alternated between slaps and shoves before admitting that, quote, "I'm really fucking up with you, right? And left tonight, huh?" TKO, y'all in trouble, nigga. This is unreal. This is unmotherfucking real. McMahon forbade Ms. Grant from leaving his condo that night unless she could. D-Money, what's happening? Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Nobody's covering this motherfucking case like me. I promise you. I goes through every word. No stone unturned. I'm not letting no other nigga report to me what the. I got the paper too. I'll read it myself, nigga. Hey, come over here with me right quick, y'all. Watch this. You could take your Vince McMahon talk somewhere else, bitch. Don't be in my chat saying anything like that unless you want to go in a hurry. You can just leave. You ain't got to do all that, but have a great night. McMahon forbade Ms. Grant from leaving his condo that night unless she could verbally assure him that there wasn't a problem and everything between them was okay. Notably, however, he made no effort to check on her well-being after she left his condo. On August 26, 2021, WWE held its second biggest annual event, SummerSlam, in Las Vegas, Allegiant Stadium. Around this time, McMahon and Brock Lesnar privately reached an informal agreement about his return. That night, McMahon texted Ms. Grant a reminder that she was an enslaved object to him. Quote, I want to drive you lower and lower, so low that you might beg me to sell you. How can y'all, you see, that's what I'm saying. TKO, y'all got to come out and say Brock Lesnar can never be a part of this company ever again. I've only heard y'all step away from Vince mildly, which y'all ain't step away from shit. Triple H got to go. Brock got to go, nigga. Raw literally had a week like the yodeler on Price is Right. This nigga went shot up to the moon this week. 2 days later, crashed out, nigga. The stock price tomorrow in the toilet, cuz you ain't gotta ask. Gotta ask. That's why TKO would have never came out with no statement this fast. You see how fast they came out with a statement, nigga? Instantly, nigga. Yup, nope. They was already trying to get, they announced a $5 billion deal, nigga. So they was already shooting to the moon on that shit. They set The Rock up, bro. The Rock is totally fucking screwed. Nigga, hold on. I don't think y'all understand. Hold on. Let me come right back over here. Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't understand. So let me help you understand.
Introduce our guests here at Post 9. They rang the bell. You may have seen that just a moment ago, of course. And this on news that Netflix will become the home of WWE's Raw next year.
Yeah,
also
JBL
adding two new
coming
directors to its board. One of them sitting here joining us now in a CNBC exclusive is Ari Emanuel. He's the CEO of TKO and, of course, of Endeavor as well. And Dwayne Johnson, actor, producer, entrepreneur.
Oh, damn it, KS. Y'all just had this nigga on stage with y'all. Y'all fucked. You fucked up. 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 I believe it was Kathy Williams who told me. I could have believed he was the one that told me in 2024, all the big dick deviants are getting exposed. The Rock is like, I can't believe I'm Samoan and they put my black ass on this board. 2 days later, scandal. The worst scandal ever.
Introduce our guests here at Post 9. They rang the bell. You may have seen that just a moment ago, of course. And this on news that Netflix will become the home of WWE's Raw next year.
Maybe.
Also adding 2 new directors to its board. One of them sitting here joining us now in a CNBC exclusive is Ari Emanuel. He's the CEO of TKO and, of course, of Endeavor as well. And Dwayne Johnson, actor, producer, entrepreneur, and newly appointed director at TKO. Gentlemen, thank you both for being here. It's great to see you and see you in person.
Good to see you.
Dwayne as well. All right, let me start with the news this morning that from the stock market perspective has captured people's imagination, which is the Raw deal with Netflix. Just give us some of the numbers behind this. The filing said over $5 billion over 10 years.
Correct.
A lot of debate amongst investors, how much that's a multiple to your current deal. What can you tell them right now in terms of, from monetary perspective, how significant this is and how much of an improvement it is over the previous deal?
Well, all I say is that we are in line with the market's expectations of where our step up would be. And the only other thing I would say is it's Netflix. They're the global leader. They're the best company with regard to sports entertainment, whether they've done it with Formula One, whether they've done it with Tour de France. And this is kind of the next iteration as they go to live and moving into live.
Are they going to move more strongly into live? Is this another sign of that?
You'll ask them post-close. And
we will, but you have a sense of that. You just negotiated with them.
I think that this is an important step for them in their AVOD service and in their subscription service. So I think live is important for them, yes.
Now, you said this was in line with expectations, but clearly not. I mean, the stock's up 23%.
I think the word Netflix is actually very important for this. And, you know, a 10-year deal with Raw, it's a big deal.
Grand opening, you see all them green numbers? Look at this shit tomorrow. How much you want to bet? All them holes are red. Who wants to bet me that all them holes are red? Oh, you can't force a motherfucker to sign an NDA on crime. like certain types of crime, like especially like crimes of violence and shit like that. Like you can't kill a motherfucker and then make them sign an NDA, bro. You know, this is kind of along those fucking lines, my nigga. You kind of see what I'm saying? Like, TKO, y'all just had Vince up there ringing the bell with The Rock, man. The dumbest decision y'all ever made. You lazy bitches. Y'all had no business trying to fucking buy WWE. You niggas could have made your own shit. Hey, but niggas don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. Just some nigger. Nigger, he don't know shit. But wait until you hear what The Rock say. What The Rock say is just, when I go back to reading this shit, it just, The Rock had a bad day today. Let me just, there's no need to even lie to you, my nigga. That nigga Dwayne Johnson, he didn't have a good day today. All I can really say in this scenario is, how can I put this? Tough luck, nigga. There is always FUBU. This is what your stupid ass getting in bed with these goofy ass niggas. You The Rock. You could have started your own wrestling. Nigga, you been The Rock for like fucking 30 years, nigga. You don't own no wrestling promotion. All you do is, everybody spends all this fucking time building themselves up, getting in shape and all this shit. And then when you fucking feel like, don't nobody even like that nigga. Would you like bet? That means everybody likes me though. Endeavor's already down. See, that's what I'm saying. It's already down 75 cents. Here we go.
And they get a lot as well outside the U.S. Tell us a bit more about that.
Well, they get the PLEs. They get SmackDown. They're the global leader in SVOD. So for us, it kind of just strengthens the brand on a global basis with that relationship.
So you have Peacock domestically for the WWE Network.
Correct.
That goes until March of 26. You've got UFC still, ESPN domestically through the end of 25.
Correct.
And now you got this deal done as well.
Yeah.
And you got SmackDown, that was done also?
We did SmackDown. We moved it from Fox to NBC.
Right.
Right. And then we moved also NXT to CW.
Okay, so you're done for now.
Never.
Just for a moment.
As your new board member says here.
He's putting the strains on me, but it's understandable. We got to we got to integrate a lot of stuff, as we've said, and do all the kind of, we've done that on our marketing side, on our sponsorship side. So, yeah, we still got a lot of work to do.
Dwayne, congratulations on the board seat. You talked a lot about what a testament it is to your dad and your grandfather.
Right.
What does that mean? It's unprecedented, what you've done from becoming an athlete performer to this.
Thank you. It has been unprecedented, and I think this move for us, for those who don't know, Ari certainly knows this. My grandfather wrestled in the WWE back when it was the WWF here in New York. My dad wrestled, and then here I come along. And I like to say that my grandfather, my dad, they never would have thought that something like this would happen. In that, I was able to sit at this table now, and that is a table that they helped build. So I do want to take a moment just to acknowledge this guy. There's no CEO in the world like this guy. We've known each other for 20 years. We've done a lot of big business together, and this is why you're seeing I think these game-changing deals that he's making as a reflection, I think, of who he is. And when it comes to Netflix,
you just the whole name of your family is sullied. All of that shit you was talking about, all of it, down the toilet 2 days later. Rock, Dwayne Johnson. Are you telling me you didn't know Vince was like this at all? You didn't know Vince was like this even a little bit?
absolutely. When it comes to Netflix, I'm excited about it too. 52 weeks live. That's a lot of Rock raising the eyebrow every week for Netflix. So we're excited.
Well, Dwayne, again, congratulations on all your success.
Thank you, Jim. You gave me a book years ago, by the way.
Yes, I did.
I appreciate that. I forgot that. You signed it to me. Thank you.
Well, you are a fabulous business person, and you know many great things, including the stock market. I find that this spring football is a fabulous thing because, as you say, these are guys who play for dinner. We have too many players out on the field who don't play for dinner, and when it gets time, they say for who, for what. When they don't have to tackle, they walk away. You are seeing some tremendous success. Players going from there to the big leagues. So I want to know, what's the percentage? Are these guys who otherwise might just be doing absolutely nothing because they're thrown away after they get cut? This is a way for these young men to have a second career.
That's right.
You see that? Now XFL is implicated. All these things being implicated. One by one by one. By one. By one. Oh, that's right. It's UFL now. I'm so sorry. You're right. It's getting ready to be you niggas ain't playing here no more. McMahon forbade Ms. Grant from leaving his condo that night unless she could verbally assure him that there wasn't a problem and everything between them was okay. Notably, however, he made no effort to check on her well-being after she left his condo. On August 26th, oh yeah, I read all this. I forgot. This was the part where he's talking about selling her into slavery. McMahon continued to advertise a sexual encounter with Ms. Grant to WWE superstar Brock Lesnar during the formal negotiation of booking contract with WWE. Here's what Brock said after I told him that part of the deal was fucking you. He said, "That's your turf. She will be ruined after me and leave your ass. Plus, after me, your tool won't fit anymore." Dun, 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 dun. Oh my goodness, bro. In December 2021, McMahon gave Ms. Grant's personal cell phone number to Brock Lesnar and promised she'll do anything requested of her. In the days that followed, Brock revealed a fetish to Ms. Grant and tested McMahon's promise that Ms. Grant would do anything with a request that she send a video of herself urinating. Unable to recognize herself, Ms. Grant went numb and obeyed. Brock Lesnar informed Ms. Grant if she had not complied with the request, Brock Lesnar would have lost any interest in her and then call her a bitch. Good thing you was okay with that piss shit, 'cause I was about to call you a bitch. Fuck. That same month, WWE superstar expressed to Ms. Grant his desire to set a play date and have a sexual encounter. However, a snowstorm changed Brock Lesnar's travel plans, and Ms. Grant ultimately used the weather and C-19 as an excuse to back out. McMahon tells Ms. Grant that his wife has learned about her and pressures Ms. Grant for an NDA. In early January 2022, McMahon abruptly distanced himself from Ms. Grant, saying that he could not speak to or be in the same room as her. On January 9th, 2022, McMahon agreed to speak with Ms. Grant at his condo. During this meeting, McMahon told Ms. Grant that his wife, Linda McMahon, had learned about his relationship with Ms. Grant, that he was losing his condo, and that she would divorce him. He added, too, that a public divorce would make Ms. Grant a headline. Purportedly to salvage his marriage and avoid both negative publicity and other repercussions of a divorce, McMahon wanted to ensure that Ms. Grant would remain silent about his personal misconduct in order to preserve his controlling interest in WWE. McMahon told Ms. Grant that if she left WWE and signed an NDA, he was confident Linda McMahon would not divorce him. He could remain in the condo and Ms. Grant would avoid reputational harm. McMahon instructed Ms. Grant that she should not go back to the office and immediately lessen her involvement on open work items. Ms. Grant expressed concerns about both her name being mentioned in the media and the loss of control over her image, especially if McMahon had shared content of her for close to 2 years. And the ramifications for her career, McMahon suggested that he would attempt to help keep Ms. Grant's reputation intact, that he or WWE corporate officer number 1 would personally help Ms. Grant to find another job. McMahon also instructed Ms. Grant not to share this news with anyone and suggested she offer health-related excuses if asked about leaving WWE. Regarding the NDA, Ms. Grant asked McMahon, "Is this when Jerry sends the papers?" McMahon nodded and assured Ms. Grant that they would be in the driver's seat to iron out terms together, but she would need an attorney to make things official and approved of Ms. Grant asking celebrity doctor for an attorney referral. Unreal. Following this discussion, McMahon led Ms. Grant to his bedroom for another sexual encounter, of course. On January 14, 2022, McMahon sent Ms. Grant to a to-do list for purposes of effectuating the NDA, such as retaining counsel and also including an offer for one-on-one career coaching. McMahon suggested the list had been drafted by WWE corporate officer number 2. Before Ms. Grant retained counsel, McMahon discussed the amount of money that would be exchanged for the NDA and settled on a lump sum of $3 million. After Ms. Grant told McMahon his initial offer of $1 million was not enough to compensate for the lost earning potential and the fact that she would be unable to continue the promised career trajectory of vice president, as well as failing to last as a director for a full year. Before Ms. Grant retained counsel, McMahon called Ms. Grant with an update and informed her that McMahon's attorney and counsel for WWE insisted on installment payments due to cash flow problems. Nah, we're gonna just set up payments, bitch. Just take this $10,000 right now. You know what I mean? Just take this you can take this 10 bands right now. We good for it. We good for it. Just take this 10 bands. When Ms. Grant responded that this reason it did not make sense for a billionaire, McMahon insisted that it was not his idea. On or about January 19, 2022, Ms. Grant advised McMahon that she had contacted celebrity doctor about an attorney referral, and on the physician's recommendations and upon McMahon's approval, she signed a retainer agreement with a lawyer later that day. On January 24, 2022, McMahon continued to engage in sexual text message exchanges with Ms. Grant, including encouraging her to send an explicit photo to Brock Lesnar. McMahon also requested Ms. Grant send him content she has sent to Brock Lesnar. Send him the content she has sent to Brock Lesnar. The negotiations of the NDA were brief, lasting only 8 days. Ms. Grant reminded McMahon that the NDA ought to address people who knew about their relationship, including, but not limited to, WWE corporate officer number 1, 2, Laurinaitis, and McMahon's personal assistants. Ms. Grant and her attorney sought to incorporate the list of individuals who had knowledge of their relationship into a Schedule A in the NDA. Ms. Grant's requested revisions were flatly rejected by McMahon and WWE, who reverted to their original draft rather than incorporate any of the proposed changes, with the exception that as of the date of execution, Ms. Grant would not speak of the relationship. On or around January 26, 2022, McMahon articulated an even more pressing need to get the NDA signed immediately, informing Ms. Grant that he was under a tight deadline to report pending or threatened legal actions to the WWE Board of Directors. Specifically the audit committee. Oh, my God. And that McMahon and his attorney could not do so unless Ms. Grant signed the NDA. He informed Ms. Grant that the board members were concerned about the delay. Furthermore, McMahon repeatedly pressed Ms. Grant to stop her attorney from any further wordsmithing and blamed Ms. Grant's attorney for not understanding the urgency of the situation. So they approved his attorney, and this attorney actually was a good attorney. Also, despite any previous approval, McMahon now expressed that both he and his attorney had concerns about Ms. Grant's attorney and warned her that her counsel could not be trusted, which in turn caused Ms. Grant to question her trust in her personal attorney. You stupid bitch. So you had an attorney. Man, Jesus was sending you help left and right, and you just kept... Man, On or around January 26, 2022, Ms. Grant became so overwhelmed that she asked to simply give notice without the need for payment.
even offering to sign a napkin or post it as a sign of goodwill. McMahon flatly rejected her desire to back out. On January 27, 2022, just 8 days after Ms. Grant had hired an attorney, McMahon left Ms. Grant a lengthy audio message explaining why they needed to go through with the NDA, pushing her to hurry up and sign the NDA, and advising that he would be double fucked if she did not, presumably referring to both his divorce and report to the board of directors. Between on January 27, 2022 and January 28, 2022, there were unresolved edits that led to panic phone calls, including an attorney confidentiality clause and signatory line that Ms. Grant's counsel said he would never sign. Also, the deadline to sign the NDA was pushed up from January 31st to 28th. McMahon continued pressuring Ms. Grant with calls during which he pleaded, demanded, threatened, and begged her to sign the NDA, and reminded her that by not signing it, she would jeopardize him, the company, and his family, and that she would surely become the subject of national headlines and ruin her reputation if she did not sign the NDA by the start of WWE's live programming schedule on January 28th. He assured her nothing would change between them, and she would emerge with her reputation intact if she would simply sign the NDA. In a state of mental defeat and fear from McMahon's threats, Ms. Grant succumbed to his unrelenting pressure and signed the NDA just before the deadline on January 28, 2022. On February 4th, 2022, Ms. Grant was wired $1 million as the first installment of the NDA. Just like that, nigga. On February 28, 2022, Ms. Grant was wired $10,000 to cover her attorney's fees incurred in connection with the NDA. Both wires were sent with the originator described as Vincent Kennedy McMahon, code WWF. Address 1241 East Main Street, Stamford, Connecticut, 06902. No, nigga. No, you didn't use that address, nigga. No! TKO, you fucked. TKO, you fucked, nigga. Like, let's... Excuse me. On February 9th and 10th, 2022, Ms. Grant gave notice to Laurinaitis and put human resources at WWE on notice that she was leaving WWE. After signing the NDA, Ms. Grant continued to ask about who had told Linda McMahon, as she was concerned about her ability to obtain employment in the future. McMahon responded that it did not matter and that he was tired of her questions. After the NDA was signed, McMahon, wearing only a white robe. No, nigga. Met Ms. Grant in his condo to review outstanding business items. As Ms. Grant was proceeding to the door and leave, McMahon grabbed her arm before she exited and commanded her to do one last thing and get on your knees. As Ms. Grant knelt on the hard floor, barely a few feet away from the front door, McMahon opened his robe and ordered her to eat him. New heights. Vince McMahon is a fucking demon, nigga. McMahon grabbed the back of Miss Grant's head and slammed her face into his crotch a couple of times until she gagged and pushed him away, telling him to stop and that she couldn't breathe. McMahon responded that she wouldn't get away that easily
and held her head as he forced himself back in her mouth until she had no air. Ms. Grant tried to push him away, but he held her head firmly in place and loudly commanded her to look up and followed by, "Take it, bitch." They momentarily made eye contact before McMahon's force caused Ms. Grant's body to convulse and retch with tears streaming down her face. McMahon then released his hold and closed his robe as she stood up. After leaving, Ms. Grant never saw McMahon again. That's the last time I saw a nigga story. On March 2nd, 2022, while Ms. Grant was away on a trip to Florida, McMahon called Ms. Grant to advise that it would probably be the last time she would hear from him, and if she needed anything to contact WWE Corporate Officer number 1, WWE Corporate Officer number 2. Over the course of an approximately half an hour call, McMahon lamented both his inability to focus on the upcoming WrestleMania and how his personal life had blown up over the past few weeks. Towards the end of their conversation, McMahon and Ms. Grant agreed to resume contact after WrestleMania. He also instructed Ms. Grant to continue having sexual relations with other men, including Brock Lesnar, in the meantime. On or around March 4, 2022, Brock Lesnar messaged Ms. Grant that he was in New York. In line with McMahon's orders, Ms. Grant texted Brock Lesnar explicit pictures. On March 27, 2022, Brock Lesnar reached out to Ms. Grant again. Ms. Grant interpreted these back-to-back advances as an indication of McMahon's continued control. March 30th, 2022, Ms. Grant's counsel received a call from McMahon's attorney advising that there had been an anonymous email about the relationship between Ms. Grant and McMahon and Laurinaitis. Later in July, stories were published regarding the matter of McMahon's multiple NDAs with various women associated with WWE and others. Ms. Grant did not receive another payment under her NDA in February of 2023. Further, despite assurances from McMahon that he would cover her medical care and the costs associated with her tax liability for the $1 million payment, McMahon has refused to cover those costs. McMahon continued to pay for Ms. Grant's medical care until April 15, 2022, when it abruptly ceased. Gifts given to the plaintiff during the time with WWE. All right, he gave her the alternative clinic medical care and medical and cosmetic services and products, clubhouse access tickets to the Belmont Stakes, WrestleMania private full-day transportation and premium tickets, a $2,000 Nordstrom gift card, a massive box of Godiva, $20,000 towards surgery, a pearl diamond pave lariat necklace from Betridge and Greenwich, blue cashmere knee-length cardigan, blue Burberry check cashmere scarf, blue cashmere and fur hat, gray cashmere shawl, Celine sunglasses, cable knit throw blanket, large bouquets of flowers every other week, 2022 BMW 430xi, $5,000 gift certificate to Lanphier Spa, 2 private chef catered dinners in McMahon's condo, gold and diamond pave paperclip necklace from Betridge in Greenwich, $15,000 Bloomingdale gift cards, food assortment display, and antique tea ceremony set from Saudi Arabia, and large bouquets of flowers delivered approximately every other week. If you got it, ball out. When did she send Brock a picture last? March 27th. The first time she said March 4th, and then it was like between March 4th and 27th. Ms. Grant was a subordinate and a vulnerable victim to predators, not a consenting and willing participant. Ms. Grant was groomed and coerced by McMahon and Laurinaitis, and the WWE stood by and facilitated efforts to keep Ms. Grant employed by WWE to ensure McMahon's continued sexual exploitation. In addition to what Ms. Grant and her medical providers who examined her following the abuse will testify to, there is ample other evidence of Ms. Grant's mental state and her attempts to avoid the unfortunate circumstances she found herself in. In January of 2021, Ms. Grant sent a message to resident manager stating that she was miserable at WWE. Quote, I don't say it to Vince, but as grateful as I am for my job and my salary, I actually am miserable. Mismanaged all the time. They admit they don't know what to do with me. Nobody gave a fuck when I was harassed and retaliated against to the point my reputation was questioned and my work was taken away, end quote. As further alleged throughout the complaint, Ms. Grant was frequently referred to as McMahon's bitch. On multiple occasions, Ms. Grant objected to this treatment. As alleged herein, before Ms. Grant was being routinely directed by McMahon to engage in sexual contact with other men, Ms. Grant had expressed her apprehension about McMahon's fantasy texts manifesting and graduating into reality. Further, at nearly all relevant times, Ms. Grant was an employee of the WWE and could reasonably expect, at a minimum, to lose her position if she did not comply with the wishes of McMahon. McMahon controlled WWE during Ms. Grant's employment, and the company knew but did nothing about it. McMahon's exploitation. Nigga, TKO! Hell, hearing WWE knew of McMahon's illegal conduct and did nothing to stop it. This is self-evident from the numerous executive level and board members who were privy to McMahon's involvement with Ms. Grant, as well as his prior incidents involving sexual misconduct. For instance, man, one of these corporate officers got to be Triple H, nigga. One of these corporate officers is H. So one of these niggas is H. One of these corporate officers is H. Plain and simple. Plain and fucking simple. That's why she's saying that. Because if you can prove Triple H knew, it's over. That's the only little string they can try to hold on to. H is like, I didn't know, even though you know it's bullshit. If they can prove, nigga, one of these corporate officers is motherfucking Paul. And I don't mean Heyman. Nick Khan's probably too. Or two could be Stephanie, nigga. Two can also be Stephanie. I need to check something on my screen. One of these officers is H. No doubt about it. Yeah, Triple H. Yeah, you nigga. Yeah, nigga, you. Oh my goodness, bro. This is some shit I wasn't ready for. This is some mentally draining shit. Let me tell y'all that. If y'all wanted to know how I feel, which I'm sure niggas don't give a fuck, like, nigga, shut your bitch ass up. We tired of you taking breaks. Nigga, fuck you, nigga. This shit is, nigga, this is some evil shit. Bro, this is some evil shit. This is more evil than any type of fucking horror movie, bro. This is some demonic ass shit. Oh yeah, Brock Lesnar's done. He ain't still got that belt, do he? Nah, I don't know what I'm thinking. Seth got it. My bad. As detailed herein, okay. For instance, in on around March 2021, Ms. Grant introduced herself to WWE corporate officer number one when they passed one another in the hallway. Number one responded by telling Ms. Grant that number one knew exactly who she was, Triple H. Number one maintained an office suite on the executive floor of WWE's company headquarters at 1241 East Main Street. Meanwhile, Ms. Grant's cubicle in the company's legal department was in a different building, 1266. Oh, nigga.
Yo, the devil's in full effect.
And across East Main and across the street from WWE corporate office, number one's office. Ms. Grant had no physical presence at 1241 East Main Street until the beginning of February 2021, when she began to report to an attorney who kept an office in both buildings. Given that the WWE corporate officer number one is a very high-ranking WWE officer, COO, Triple H, oh my goodness, TKO, y'all are fucked. Ms. Grant was an entry-level coordinator in the legal department, and Tony Khan, you dirty motherfucker, I know you at the house belly laughing. It is unusual that WWE corporate officer number one would know of Ms. Grant, know who Ms. Grant was at all at that point, except number one knew of Ms. Grant, at least in part by hearing about the ongoing exploitation of Ms. Grant by McMahon. Following Ms. Grant messages to McMahon on March 9, 2021, McMahon summoned Ms. Grant to his condo that evening for a conversation during which McMahon confirmed that number one indeed knew exactly who she was. McMahon had met privately with number one and number two and advised these individuals of McMahon's connection to Ms. Grant. And they probably lost their shit, you stupid old bitch. He hit that nigga with that sledgehammer, gave his old ass a pedigree through the fucking kitchen table. You stupid old bitch. McMahon, who also advised Ms. Grant that one or both of the officers inquired whether Ms. Grant could be trusted. Damn it, Triple H. No, nigga. No. No. And that McMahon offered assurances that Ms. Grant would not do something to hurt WWE. Until today, knowledge on the part of WWE is further illustrated by the multiple meetings Ms. Grant had about initial hiring and subsequent position changes, including a number of such meetings with officer number two and a voice memo McMahon sent Ms. Grant the following morning on March 10th, mentioning the names of both WWE number one and number two. If she has a paper with Triple H's name on it, are y'all listening to me? Hello? Can you hear me? Nigga, if she got Triple H's name on a piece of paper, nigga, Vince McMahon is the messiest old nigga of all time, nigga. It's like he lost his mind some years ago, for real. This is messy. This is all-time messy. It's unusual for the executive chairman and CEO to name drop two of the company's highest-ranking officers in connection with a coordinator's first job promotion, especially as there are human resource partners assigned to each department. WWE officer number 4 was a high-ranking legal department employee at WWE until around November 2020. Upon information and belief, WWE number 4 was terminated, or did we find out who it was that was terminated in 2020, November 2020? Because if you did, I didn't look down. John Laurinaitis is none of the corporate officers because she names John Laurinaitis by name in this. he wouldn't be unnamed and named in the same shit. It was Tony Schimmel. Is that how it's pronounced? Was terminated or asked to resign post at WWE. McMahon expressed to Ms. Grant that number 4, while still employed at WWE, knew or highly suspected that a sexual relationship existed between McMahon and Ms. Grant. Upon information and belief, number 4 articulated that number, his knowledge and or suspicion at least to one other executive. So y'all fired this nigga because he knew? Knowledge on the part of WWE is further illustrated by the fact that Ms. Grant's presence became more visible over time, including during executive committee meetings, which were attended by individuals who had either direct knowledge of McMahon's sexual exploitation of Ms. Grant or were otherwise suspicious. Given Ms. Grant's length of employment and job title, it was an abnormal sign of different and special treatment for her to attend such meetings, especially when the executive head of the department, Laurinaitis, was in attendance as well. Notably, Ms. Grant inquired with both WWE, number 1, and number 2, about whether it was appropriate for her to attend these meetings. Triple H is like, what are we doing here? Additionally, corporate officer number 3, another high-ranking official and member of the WWE board of directors at the time of Ms. Grant's employment with WWE, mentioned motion for Ms. Grant to sit in a chair near WWE number 3 at the boardroom table. During one of the meetings, upon information and belief, number 3 knew of other instances of McMahon engaging in inappropriate sexual conduct. Upon information and belief, numerous other independent contractors, employees, as well as executives and or board members within WWE knew of or suspected McMahon's misconduct involving Ms. Grant, including being shown explicit photos of Ms. Grant by McMahon. McMahon directed a single attorney to negotiate the NDA on behalf of WWE and McMahon, both parties to the agreement. McMahon's abuse of Ms. Grant did not come as a surprise to anyone at WWE because he had faced numerous prior accusations of sexual misconduct, including in 1994, former WWE referee Rita Chatterton alleged that McMahon had raped her after luring her into a limousine to discuss her career. She recounted it for New York Magazine. Quote, I was forced into oral sex with Vince McMahon. When I couldn't complete his desires, he got really angry, started ripping off my jeans, pulled me on top of him, and told me again that if I wanted a $500,000 a year contract, that I had to satisfy him. He could make me or break me. And if I didn't satisfy him, I was blackballed. That was it. I was done. In February 2006, the Palm Beach Post reported that McMahon had shown nude pictures of himself to a tanning booth attendant at Tanzabah in Boca Raton, Florida, and subsequently, quote, made unwelcome advances and finally cornered her in a tanning booth and groped her, end quote. A former spa manager at a California resort accused McMahon of assault at the resort in 2011. To further illustrate knowledge of the culture of sexual misconduct at WWE, top-level executives not only failed to properly investigate abuse, but also compounded Ms. Grant's suffering by making public statements that trivialized the harm perpetuated upon her. These are just a few examples as how the WWE and its most senior officials, this is fucking that whole merger up, knew about and fostered a culture where the venture of harassment and sexual exploitation of women was tolerated to further the business and financial interests of WWE. Given, among other things, the history of misconduct involving other women, the notice provided by McMahon to senior leadership at WWE, rumors about the relationship within WWE headquarters, the widespread sharing of Ms. Grant's pictures, including her face, to the inside the company by McMahon, the atypical hiring of Ms. Grant and the atypical advancement of Ms. Grant within WWE, that's the part that's going to be hard for y'all to explain that. WWE clearly knew of McMahon's misconduct involving Ms. Grant and or recklessly disregarded facts available to them. Right. Y'all can say y'all didn't know he was fucking her. Y'all can try to play that however you gonna play it, but y'all saw this bitch was not qualified and getting put on in unbelievable ways, nigga. Fuckery at its finest, nigga. All about the game and how you play it. All about the game. Gang, 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 gang.
I'm losing my motherfucking mind, man.
Just when you thought, bro, you can't make this shit up. Circumstances surrounding the NDA, its invalidity, and McMahon and WWE's disregard for the NDA. As detailed herein, the NDA signed by Ms. Grant, McMahon, and WWE has entered into through coercive tactics, and it is legally unenforceable pursuant to federal statute and common law. Exhibit A attached hereto is a true and accurate copy of the NDA. The NDA violates the Speaks Out Act and thus is unenforceable. Y'all are fucked. The NDA is also void and unenforceable because the confidentiality term, a core term, is overly broad on its face. As written, it would prevent Ms. Grant from saying anything to anyone about WWE or her employment there, which of course she would need to do to apply for a job, for example, let alone exposing Ms. McMahon and other sexual assaults and abuse of Ms. Grant. The NDAs that McMahon has used to silence other women may be equally unenforceable if the same language was used. Oh no, nigga, no. They literally like, hey girls, if y'all got them NDAs, come on out. He can't make y'all be quiet with that shit. Them hoes are illegal. Ms. Grant was, moreover, coerced into signing the NDA merely 8 days after she first spoke to an attorney whom McMahon initially approved of and then cautioned Ms. Grant against trusting before she was railroading into rejecting all of her own attorney's comments. This occurred because of relentless pressure including implicit and explicit threats by McMahon. The NDA did not even include basic terms she was promised by McMahon, including that he would pay for her lawyers, medical care, and taxes. Regardless, even if it were enforceable, McMahon has breached a core term of the contract of the NDA. He paid $1 million but failed to make any further payments, including an installment of $500,000 that was to be paid within 10 days of February 1st, 2023, under Section VB of the agreement. Furthermore, circumstances have changed in that Ms. Grant's name has now been publicly released through no fault of her own, which impacts employment prospects and has led to further trauma and humiliation. Ms. Grant's life after the abuse and resulting damages. As detailed herein, Ms. Grant was exploited during her time of employment with WWE and was subjected to countless depraved and humiliating acts, which has led to severe and permanent trauma. She has been further traumatized by having to relive those experiences when giving evidence to the government in connection with their investigation of WWE. Indeed, Ms. Grant's trauma and ongoing fears of additional retaliation was so severe that she required extended inpatient treatment. Today she lives with so much anxiety and depression that she is unable to leave her residence for weeks at a time out of fear and PTSD. Due to this trauma and inability to leave her home, Ms. Grant was terminated from her employment, and on January 27, 2023, where she lost not only her dream job of managing her building, but the only job she could procure without the need for any references. Ms. Grant lost income is $80,000 per year. The severe restrictions of the NDA have created a wedge in all of Ms. Grant's relationships and left her in a perpetual state of isolation as her family has passed away and she cannot and does not lean on support of the community due to the NDA's restrictions. Further, Ms. Grant has experienced weight loss, insomnia, rashes, flashbacks to her exploitation, nightmares, panic attacks, and depression. Ms. Grant will go days without brushing her teeth, taking a shower, or washing her clothes. On many days, she doesn't leave her bed. Ms. Grant will prove at trial that she will need lifelong treatment because of the pain and suffering inflicted upon the upon her by the defendants. So they basically just repeating this shit for the legal term there. They put her on the corporate jet, nigga. So this is basically putting all them stories we read into count form. Battery counts. So let me read you all the counts. Shit. Count 1, declaratory relief, NDA voided under Speak Out Act 42 USC 19401 against McMahon WWE. Count 2, same thing. Well, NDA voided under common law against McMahon and WWE. Y'all in trouble. They granting all this. Violation of TVPA for count 3 against McMahon and Laurinaitis. Count 4, participating in venture in violation of TVPA against WWE. Count 5, negligence against WWE. Count 6, civil battery against McMahon and WWE. Count 7, civil battery against Laurinaitis. For that incident in the on that conference table. Count 8, intentional or negligent infliction of emotional distress against McMahon, WWE. Count 9, intentional or negligent infliction of emotional distress against Laurinaitis and WWE. Respectfully submitted this day, this 25th day of January 2024. Robinson and Cole, LLP, Holland Law Firm. It's you and, hey, TKO, all y'all niggas, y'all in trouble. You should have just paid the bitch, nigga. To be honest, I think he didn't pay the money because everything that I've read in this, he's just a fucked up motherfucker like that. Everything we've seen about Vince McMahon on TV was real. How crazy is that? Vince is the only wrestler in history to never break kayfabe under any circumstance. Does this make Vince McMahon the greatest heel of all time? Press 1 for yes, 2 for no. He never broke kayfabe ever. I mean, just as a reminder, Vince, Triple H, Rock, this nigga. This nigga. Y'all fucked. Y'all are fucked. Y'all fuck, nigga. Grand opening. That's all I gotta say. Grand opening. Grand closing. 67 pages, nigga. Hey, Vince, you got to tell me, bro, how did you do it?
Just ask them how I did it. I got out the limo, grabbed her hand, and went upstairs and fucked her.
You know this illegal, right?
Now, she want to go renegade? Go renegade, bitch.
Your dick can't even get hard, nigga. You should be ashamed of yourself, but you have no soul or core. Nigga, Jim Cornette at the house laughing. That's what he do. That was the most devastating court paper I think I've ever read. I mean, there's no way she's fucking lying. That's too detailed. And the fact that she told all that detail and y'all got her under an NDA, I know what time it is. Triple H, you knew. Bro, all of them niggas up there knew. But they like, we can't do nothing now. It's too close to them. They gambled. They was like, we could just get rid of Vince, but nah, we need him to help push this over the top. All right, got you. He shit on her fucking face. He straddled over her face and shit on her face. And fucked her with shit all over her. This is not a drill. Vince McMahon is demonic. Satanic on a level unseen. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what this sounds like. You can be mad. After hearing all that shit, I can't put past Vince McMahon that he didn't do something to motherfucking Chris Benoit. I stand on it. I see how Owen Hart happened. You see how sloppy Vince is. And if you learned it, if you know anything about the Owen Hart incident, it came from sloppiness. Being extra sloppy with Vince's impulse.
Well, welcome to the Terradome, bitch. Terradome, bitch.
What's happening, cuz? This nigga's out here like a fucking cartoon Batman villain, fucking this bitch with fucking John Laurinaitis, who just looks creepy, and it's now confirmed he's a total fucking scumbag. But let me show y'all John Laurinaitis, because I keep forgetting. I don't want to just assume that everybody is a wrestling fan. Here we go. Brock Lesnar, bro. You fucking... I never liked that nigga. Confirmed. His energy always felt off to me.
Mick Foley, I never gave you permission to put yourself in this match. You're not a legal participant in this match. So therefore, you have forced me to do my job.
Yeah, that's John Laurinaitis. This is the nigga that Vince was having the threesomes with. Hey, Google, is John Laurinaitis married?
Yes, John Laurinaitis has been married to Kathy Collis since 2016.
So what your wife gonna say? She riding with you, nigga? Is she riding with you? Or what did she tell you if this happened again? Gotta be one of the two, right? Right? This nigga going to prison. Nigga, you not Vince. He married to the Bella Twins mama? Bella Twins just had a bad day. Hey, John Cena, ain't you happy you got away from that? Oh, John Cena, you go, bro. Everybody's implicated now. This is like one of them big ass stories that when they start implicating the highest of the high, John Cena ain't nowhere near the highest of the high. Everybody, like, can't do interviews right now. Podcast game for anybody, WWE is dead, nigga. Even if you a former nigga. You ain't even got to worry about that. You don't want this smoke. Yeah. They already calling for these niggas to get taken out of the game. I mean, it's gonna be deeper than that. That's just the beginning shit. Because here's my thing: is like those names are going to come out, and some of them names are easy to figure out. Brock Lesnar was easy to figure out. One of them officers is Triple H. And here's the thing, man: that fucking merger might fall apart, bro. They be having poison pills, shit. Netflix might back out like. We are in WrestleMania season. Ain't Royal Rumble this week? This is the worst timing of all time. The road to WrestleMania begins Saturday, nigga, officially. Black fucking eye. 2 black eyes. Unless all y'all niggas, y'all niggas need to come out and just roll on Vince. Hey, nigga, we didn't know that Vince forced our hands. That's why all they gotta do is say this is why we've been trying to force Vince out for years, but we couldn't. There wasn't nothing we could do. But this whole thing of pretending y'all didn't know, he was shitting on that bitch. What? This is bad. This was the absolute worst case scenario. This was like, of all the things, this is where it show you that, bro, the devil can trick you. The devil will have the prize right in front of your eyes, and then some shit like this happened the next day. And a lot of times people be afraid to come public. The best thing this bitch did was come public, because now they can't knock her down at all. Vince, could you have fucked up any? I don't feel sorry for TKO. They should have built their own shit. They had, all y'all niggas, Netflix, if you got $5 billion, you should develop your own wrestling. This is what, bro, remember this how it used to be. This shit now where everybody just wants to get enough money to buy somebody else shit is the weakest shit ever. Just mergers and acquisitions over and over and over. Nobody makes their own anything. So now that's why you have some shit ran by some motherfuckers who have no experience in shit and then wonder why it's trash. And that's not just wrestling. It be everything. Soon as a motherfucker run a family, damn near every family business that meant some shit. Soon as a motherfucker die, they kids sell it off. Greedy fuckers. Triple H knew about this shit and he's still on the board. Triple H gotta go too. I just don't understand how they explaining Triple H still being there when that's that nigga's motherfucking son. New York Times, CNBC, CNN, Huffington Post, USA Today, Deadline, Deadspin, Time, nigga. Oh my goodness. What did that one say? Vince McMahon agreed to pay $12 million in hush money to 4 women. That's old. I just want to last 24 hours. All those still saying Vulture, Fox Business, Hollywood Reporter, CBS News, NBC News, Cage Side Seats, Wrestling Inc., Yahoo Sports, Rolling Stone, Mediaite, Connecticut Post, Us Weekly, KTLA, WHIO, Newsweek, Sports Illustrated, Deacon Herald, Bleacher Report, Bloomberg, The Telegraph, SE Scoops, WrestleZone, Wrestling Observer, Fandom Wire, Washington Examiner, Sportskeeda. This is Greg closing, nigga. Oh, shit. That's brutal, nigga. Everybody, yeah. Grab somebody, yeah. Everybody, rock your body right. It's face fucked all night. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. TKO, you brought this nigga back in January 2023. How you gonna explain this shit? You can't. You knew about this, bitch. You did. Y'all gonna try to lie to save the merger, but that shit is dead. Y'all knew about it. Nigga, y'all brought this nigga, y'all kicked him out in July 2022. And then in January 2023 was like, we need this nigga. You know who I'm mad at right now? Ted Turner. Nigga, if you would have fucking did WCW right, nigga, that's what sent Vince over the edge. That's when Vince thought he became God. Don't y'all remember Vince had a storyline where he was God?
Yo, the devil's in full effect.
Remember when I started to stream off and showed y'all him pull his pants down in front of a national TV audience and make a grown man kiss his ass? That's what he did on national TV. And he used the same language this bitch said in her fucking statement about, you want your job, don't you? You want this, don't you? Hey, I'm not forcing you, this is what you want. Like I said, I ain't with using nobody's rap lyrics against them, except when your rap lyrics are literally about the exact crime you committed. No, this is billionaire Ted's fault. I ain't heard about Ted shitting on bitches' faces. He shit on her face, nigga, and fucked her. Vince, how did you fuck her after you shitted on her?
Just ask them how I did it. I got out the limo, grabbed her hand, went upstairs and fucked her.
That's what I was trying to show her. I was like, do y'all understand how powerful Vince McMahon is? He said, nigga, on national TV with zero repercussions. You can't cancel a nigga that's independent, black owned. That nigga independent. That's where Vince McMahon got. He's one of the true independent niggas that just. And if you was there and you know you was like suspect of shit, you gotta walk away. How you staying there just like, well, I thought that they were just fucking. I didn't know he was raping her. But nigga, even if he was just fucking her, that's the part that sucks for them. They can't play that because even if he was just fucking her, the problem is that's improper this bitch. And TKO and all these motherfuckers learning that, wait, y'all had a bitch that high up in the shit and she was only there because Vince was fucking her? Nigga, that's like the most devastating shit. Nigga, this ain't Pretty Woman. That nigga, this ain't no fucking Pretty Woman, my nigga. Hey, TNA. I mean, because AEW don't want it. This is when AEW should have been riding off to the sunset right now. Bet you wish you would have gave us $5 billion, don't you? Ha ha. He should have just paid the 3 M's. That's that savage shit, man. That's how them savage niggas be. It makes all the sense in the world just pay that bitch. It makes all the sense in the world just pay her, bro. Nah. I don't think she understands that he can't just move $3 million like that. It was whatever that million he sent. I guarantee that was tough as fuck to send. And then she's like, "I need you to send the rest for tax." That was your fault. Like again, girl. You should have been calling the police. Bro, again, Vince got so much. I don't even know how she should have played it. Vince is so next level powerful, nigga. He made a grown man kiss his ass on national TV, kiss his bare ass on national TV. He called a white boy his nigga in front of a nigga on national TV. He's referred to himself as God. He did a whole storyline where his wife was catatonic in a wheelchair and he would fuck other bitches in front of her.
Tactical nuke incoming!
It's so nice to see you again, Trish. Trish brought Mr. McMahon his very own wife, Linda. How about that, huh? And you know what's a good idea? For you to go ahead and get behind this wheelchair, Trish.
My pleasure.
And just wheel my wife right on out so the entire world, so that everybody on SmackDown can get a good long look. Go. Push her out there.
Rikishi, a big blue-eyed, a nerd just had studied. Actually, after Zardo, as my wife wide through then a to do, but what?
All of this. Mr. McMahon's groping.
That's right. This nigga Vince did a storyline where he was cheating on his wife in her fucking face because she was catatonic in a wheelchair. This nigga Vince is a real demon, nigga. That's why a lot of them wrestlers, they go into WWE, they heard the stories about other wrestlers. They be like, but Vince ain't doing me like that. Remember, for some reason, and now it makes sense, I always used to be like, it was something about Brock Lesnar where it would always just seem like Brock Lesnar, he would take it soft on him like nobody else. He wouldn't even take it soft like that on John Cena. And that's why they was pissing and shitting on bitches together. You can't make this up. Everybody know Brock Lesnar always just been gifted shit. Whenever the fuck he want to pop up, he can't just pop up like everybody else and just do a match. He pops up belt and keeps it until he ready to leave. Bro, we can go for days. Like, I don't even think y'all understand, bro. We can go for days on Vince and just the vile shit in his fucking storylines, nigga. And it was just like, you just felt like it was him pushing the edge and pushing the boundaries and shit, cool. But then it's like, as soon as you read this shit, it's like, this bitch, this is him for real? As So this nigga's really fucking Mr. McMahon in real life. You see in the case, she wouldn't even refer to him as Mr. McMahon, just McMahon.
No, that's not what you said. Bark like a dog. Come on. Tell me you're sorry.
This nigga's a whole ass demon, nigga. He's pulling all this shit for real. Really makes you wonder why Roman Reigns held to. I mean, I wonder with John Cena and them too. What the fuck y'all do? Because we see that if Vince will just meet some bitch, fuck her, and put her in vice president type positions and shit. Come on, nigga. Everything is over, nigga. And now I know that him and Brock Lesnar were pissing and shitting with that bitch. Stop, bro. Now you get respect. Now I really respect niggas that been working their ass off going in and can't get hired in mid-card even though they top-tier talent. I respect the fuck out of them niggas now. So that lets me know you at least ain't let McMahon shit on you. When Vince hit his pinnacle level of evil was when he bought WCW. Go watch the moment he announced it. It was like he turned into the fucking devil himself. It's hard for me to even remotely entertain that it ain't true. And just, for me personally, truly off the strength of nigga. She's very specific, and they got her in an NDA. Why would they have her sign an NDA? Because they didn't want her to tell the shit she just told. That's why. Just that. Very rarely it gets that simple. It's that simple this time. It's just that fucking simple. Why'd they have her under NDA? Because of all that shit she just told us. She told us all that shit and then was like, yep, and they got me under NDA, and they should be able to keep me under NDA because I found out all this shit they had me under NDA under, that's illegal to do. They tried to booby trap her and give her a lawyer, and then that lawyer still was like, nah, I'm not letting them fuck you because I take my job seriously. And they was like, what the fuck? You can't trust that lawyer. They're trying to help you. How the fuck you go trying to help you? Oh, I said at the beginning, I was like, with this shit, oh, he fucked Trish. All of them bitches definitely at least gave him some head. The way he just be acting, pulling his pants down, pulling his dick out, shit, yes. Yes. Or I'll put it to you this way. If Vince wanted to fuck you, what was you doing? What was you gonna do? Say no? Because I got a bitch sitting here saying that as recent as 2 years ago, that she got cornered in the office of the WWE headquarters with John Laurinaitis, and they fucked her on a conference room table. And when she said no, that nigga said, quote, no means yes. Oh, Sonny got passed around. Hey, Vince, don't try to up and die this week. We not going for that. Y'all can try to Epstein this nigga all y'all want. If your contract is up, it's time to go. If you resign to WWE right now, you are a fucking idiot. This nigga Vince got dildos that he named after the wrestlers, including a Rey Mysterio dildo. This motherfucker was, man, he was treating her like, literally like he was playing Raw GM with this bitch. He was booking her for NXT, Raw, SmackDown, try to slide in an episode of Superstars.
Welcome to the Terradome, bitch. Terradome, bitch.
Right on, boy. Nigga, what is this? Childhood terminated. So what, Dark Side? What is it, Dark Side of the mat? So what's up, TKO? How y'all gonna survive that episode? Remember, y'all already all on record like idiots talking about that airplane ride and how off the hook that shit was, while calling yourselves trying to hide it at the same time. That just lets you know that the company broke. Dark Side of the Ring. My bad. I'm thinking Beyond the Mat, marrying them to Dark Side of the Ring. So this ain't gonna be an episode. If you've seen Dark Side of the Ring, you know this is coming. If this bitch wants to talk to Dark Side, it's a wrap. It will be their biggest episode ever. It don't get no darker than Vince McMahon. No wonder why it was so much satanic shit going on in that shit, because that's what Vince was comfortable around. All that satanic shit. We need to get back to old, boring 90s wrestling, late 80s wrestling, and clear all the non-wrestling fans out. It's too much shit. Y'all so desensitized. It takes 75 finishers to kill a nigga in a match. Which one of y'all wrestling niggas? I'm not big in the wrestling community. LNC Wrestling don't even have 100 subscribers yet. But which one of y'all niggas is gonna step up and really comb through this motherfucker? That's the most demonic, bro. I read Diddy shit on the air. Diddy shit was bad, real bad. Diddy shit wasn't even close. And remember, Diddy shit was like, damn, this nigga nasty as fuck. Da, 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 da. Diddy shit ain't nothing like, nigga, what? Diddy ain't, Diddy might be a little mild for Vince. Because even her saying that Diddy was having her fuck other niggas and shit like that, it wasn't as raunchy as Vince. Vince is like, I want to see 3 black cocks fuck the shit out of you until you choking and gagging, and then I want all them niggas to come on you, and then you eat everybody's cum. Bitch, what? And this is just the one. Because he got billionaire swag. I'm sure I'm sure some girls have saw he was real before, but this was just bad timing all over it, because it's like Vince kind of senile, and you could tell it by how he was acting, and this shit just real impulsive. Just, nigga, what are you doing? Mind you, while all this impulsive shit's going on, they've been planning this fucking merger and deal and all this shit forever, bro. Dana White is sick today. What's up, cuz? I want to hear what you got to say, nigga. Hey Google, how many YouTube subscribers does Joe Rogan have?
Sorry, I didn't understand. But I found something else. You want to know how long has JRE been number one?
Yes.
On the website Variety.com, they say, love him or hate him, Joe Rogan maintained his hold as the number one podcaster on Spotify for 2022. The Joe Rogan Experience, which has been exclusively available on Spotify since December 2020, took the number one slot for most popular podcast of the year globally and in the US for the second year in a row.
Okay then, bet then, nigga. So all I want to know is what you gotta say. UFC is directly involved in this shit. Are y'all gonna denounce WWE? How does this work? 15 million motherfuckers. I want to hear what the fuck you gotta say, Rogan. Man, Big Mouth done got y'all niggas in trouble. Y'all just can't pretend like ain't nothing happened on this. I'm not going for that. I see how y'all trying to play it. I ain't with this. This is just the one. You know what I mean? Antonio's absolutely right. This is the one we know about. This is the motherfucker one we know about. I'm like, this nigga really sitting here sounding just like this. It's all bad. The streets for Vince right now, it's all bad. Everywhere you turn, there's no who's defending him? Who's coming out? First of all, who the fuck? I'm gonna tell you one thing that's been happening on Twitter. You want to know one thing that's been happening on Twitter? I'm smoking my last blunt and I'm gone. You know one thing that's been happening on Twitter? People been digging up shit like this. People been digging up shit like this all day. Remember when Vince did this? Remember when Vince did this? I just hope I get a couple stacks back on my taxes, nigga. I don't need $1 billion, bro. Just let a nigga get a couple bands back on his refund. I do not look. Hit the PayPal Cash App. We only raising $20, nigga. We raise $20 a day, nigga. I don't need no Billy. It's too much that come with that. I mean, demon time. Demon time. That's probably the creepiest shit I've ever read. You talking to somebody that, I bullshit you not, I knew somebody high up in WWE, which I'm not saying they name now. They don't work there no more. They've been gone for a little while. I done been to so many events without ever even paying for them, nigga, and it's like, I wasn't plugged in like that. I was never around no backstage and no shit like that. This shit's wild. I don't even know what to do or what to say. So what should the superstars do? Just go to work, act like nothing happened? Do you really want that to? Do you really want to be one of those people that? I mean, the motherfucking history will look bright on you if you sit Royal Rumble out, even if that means you getting fired. I'll at least keep that a stack. Your future will look so much brighter. Because people will respect that. But if people got to look back on history and see that you go along, get along, I can't promise you nothing, my nigga. You know what I mean? Okay, let me ask you this. What do you do if you The Rock? The Rock said he's been offered several board positions before, but this was the first one he ever accepted. That's what he said. Let me get TKO's statement. Mr. McMahon does not control TKO, nor does he oversee the day-to-day operations of WWE. A TKO spokesperson told Deadline this afternoon regarding the company's executive chairman. While this matter predates our TKO executive team's tenure at the company, we take Ms. Grant's horrific allegations very seriously and are addressing this matter internally. You're screwed. You're screwed. You're fucking screwed. Weed sucker. A nigga got to power down after this. It's a lot of grief. I gotta pray for a whole lot of forgiveness of Vince McMahon, and I don't say that facetiously, even one iota. I ain't apologizing to nobody because if you follow me, you know that we don't run from nothing. First time I ever had to take a break or two. Nigga, this is a bit much, nigga. At one point I had to eat something to get that taste out of my mouth. Definitely praying for the victim first and foremost. That's a strong bitch. To even go through that, but to even tell a motherfucker that a nigga shitted on you. You a bad motherfucker, man. Y'all know me, and if you new here, bro, I know this may sound simpy, nigga. I'm Mr. Balls and Strikes. I'm gonna call it straight down the middle every time. She didn't play this shit perfectly, and girls, y'all better learn a lot of shit from this bitch. Don't just go along to get along. You'll get shit on. Oh, y'all wasn't here for the part that read that Vince McMahon had a threesome with her, laid her on her back, and straddled her face and shit on her during a threesome. And then he went and took a shower, and then they continued to fuck her for an hour and a half with her covered in shit. She ain't make that up, nigga. That's too specific. That's too specific, nigga. And they made her sign an NDA. Why they make her sign an NDA? So she wouldn't tell about this nigga shitting on her and fucking her and letting other niggas fuck her. And fucking her with other niggas and watching other niggas fuck her. This nigga was fucking her with, he took a wand. You know the wand with the big ass ball at the end? He shoved it up in her and it got stuck. Allegedly. He had dildos that he named after WWE superstars, including one that was obviously Rey Mysterio. The most disturbing stream I've ever had. These are just the highlights. That's not including the time he fucked her and beat her ass. Gang raped her in the conference room or on a conference table. Sucker's peach. And I'm not, and don't take this the wrong way. I'm not saying them Puff Daddy girls are lying. What I'm saying, I'm just like, just in comparison, she makes them look like liars. The level of detail down to dates and all of this shit. And like I said, they made her sign an NDA. Why did they make her sign an NDA? Again, let me remind you. So she wouldn't tell what she just told us, nigga. This bitch gave exact dates, all types of shit, nigga. She told how, yeah, I got all these positions and I didn't deserve none of them motherfuckers. You know how she had to humble. That's the one thing I'll give her too. She had to humble herself a lot in this shit. She had to admit because a lot of bitches will say, I was qualified enough for this bitch admitted she wasn't qualified none of this shit she got. And she's like, all her family died. She's like, because that's another thing where it's like, shit, her family died. She like, it wasn't like she could just turn it down. She could, like, and just lean on Jesus. But I'm just saying in how humans can tend to think. She's like, nigga, I don't have no family. And bro, what can I do? Wildest shit I ever seen, bro. Outrageous. I'm just shocked. Like I said, like when I heard the charges and shit like that, you know, when I woke up and heard like Vince McMahon called up with some shit, a chick came out saying some shit about Vince. I'm like, you know, I wasn't surprised by it. I'm like, man, it ain't surprising. Do I believe that Vince McMahon probably took it and was using his power and shit to get on a bitch? Not surprising at all. So when they not messing with kids, when them billionaires not messing with kids, this is what they be doing to women. She's ruined, bro. And I don't even mean that shit in the like, oh, she's ruined for the next man or no. Just, nigga. Give your life back to God, girl. We'll figure this out. Good night, Boston. Cat Williams, something like a prophet on this one. He told us this was coming. He told us. Cat Williams told us this shit was coming. Why didn't we listen? sex parties. Nigga, Brock Lesnar fucked this bitch. She must be bad in the motherfucker. Oh, I almost forgot. One of the times he fucked her, he pretended he was Brock Lesnar and was suplexing her all over the room while he was fucking her. To the point where she thought she was gonna get seriously hurt. Yep. No, I made that one up. I'm sorry for all those, like, I know this is one of them, like, nigga, I'm exhausted after this one. Hey, they all can't be winners. They can't all be winners. I wouldn't even want to work for a company where I'm like, wait, y'all was covering up for this nigga at all? I understand get to the bag, but this is ridiculous. Would you let somebody shit on you for a $70,000 a year position? Press 1 for yes, 2 for no. Some of y'all niggas lying like a motherfucker, bro. Some of y'all niggas have been shit on for less. Some of y'all been shit on by a nigga that ain't even Vince McMahon. So let that sink in for a second. Kendra, what's happening, cuz? How's everything this evening? Sorry you had to... Man, I feel sorry for all my LNC ladies, bro. I don't like them being here for shit like this. How much shit? However much Vince got, nigga. Whatever that nigga trying to do, nigga. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Just stick to the... The moment Vince McMahon sent me a text about 3 big black cocks, nigga, I'm blocking that nigga. It'll make it worse for me with her. It'd be different if she was like, I'm a lifelong wrestling fan. I put up with so much of this shit because I dreamed about being on TV, knowing Vince and all this shit. Oh, yeah, let me read you Vince's response. From his lawyer. The lawsuit is replete with lies, obscene made-up instances that never occurred, and a vindictive distortion of the truth. Did you shit on that bitch? He will vigorously defend himself. I asked if you shitted on her. Do you know how much he shit? Because they said it went all down her back and in her hair. Hold on. These niggas think it's a motherfucking game. Mm-hmm. How many bitches have you done this to, Vince? They said you paid out $12 million. Notably, Mr. McMahon was most aggressive when using certain sex toys named after male WWE wrestlers and performers. McMahon named the sex toys so that the color of the toy matched the race of the wrestler. For example, a black dildo would be named after an African American wrestler, and a white dildo would be named after a Caucasian wrestler. Already passed the first one. Let's see. Pass here. Yep. All right. Where did it go? Man, there's so much shit in here, Vince. Oh, I think we found it. Early, Mr. McMahon had a threesome with his physical therapist. Early in the encounter, Mr. McMahon immediately directed Ms. Grant to lay down on her back in a supplicating position. While straddling over her, McMahon defecated on Ms. Grant's head. McMahon left the shower off, but he instructed Ms. Grant to remain in place with excrement in her hair and continue performing for his friend. While Ms. Grant requested protection, none was offered. McMahon and physical therapists actively continued with the threesome and directed Ms. Grant's sexual performance for around an hour and a half while she was left covered in feces. This nigga Vince, bro. Beretta did that shit. Wow. That's all I can really say. I mean, he's fucked so many bitches that he's now shitting on them. That's all. I mean, that has to be the natural progression then, right? Like, what the fuck? I'm at a loss. Girls, y'all don't want no rich nigga, bro. Y'all want a nigga that make enough money, bro. Well, get shit on then. You heard Miami. Young Miami said Diddy was pissing on her. Nigga, I'm about to tune this WPS moment up, bro. There's no. First of all, I gotta show y'all something that happened in Houston. You can't even make this up. All right, I got this one WPS cracked up. Vince, you fucked my psyche up. This nigga Vince is a fucking demon. Vince, why? And I'm getting ready to start a segment, unfortunately. I'm getting ready to start a segment called Only in Houston. It's getting to that point. I do not go looking. I promise I don't wake up and go, let me go see what the fuck Houston did. It always just, it pops up. Watch this shit.
Tactical nuke incoming!
I feel you, Mike. I feel everybody. That's why I can't leave off of Vince. I can't do it. I can't leave off of Vince. I gotta see something else first. Houston, what's happening?
Grandfather is suing the parent companies of Macy's and Sunglass Hut after he was wrongfully accused and arrested for robbery in Harris County in 2022. But that's just where the story begins. Fox 26's Anthony Antoine spoke with the victim's lawyer. He joins us now with those details. Anthony.
Well, faulty facial recognition software is at the heart of this case. 61-year-old Harvey Eugene Murphy Jr., a grandfather, was taken to jail because the technology pinned him as the primary suspect for that robbery. But according to the lawsuit, he was taken to jail, and in a matter of hours, he was beaten, raped, and then released. And now, years later, he's suing.
This is why I played that one first. Do you hear what happened to that nigga? They falsely arrested this nigga, and in his short stay in jail, he got done up, bro. Stay the fuck out of Houston. White people, show me something good.
Oh, baby. He might not forgive us for this one.
Thank you.
Oh. Hey, Dad, pizza's on the table.
Ooh, I'm starving, man. The fuck is this?
What?
It's time to eat. Can you get me a slice? You guys fucking with me? You didn't pay for this, did you? Come on, you guys are messing with me, right? This is a joke?
We bought it. It's their new thin crust special.
Where's the real pizza? Where'd you get this from?
It's fresh. Get me a piece.
Fresh my ass. This is garbage. What is this?
What's
This looks
wrong?
like fell out of somebody's ass. Pizza doesn't do this. This is garbage.
You ruined the pizza. Now we can't eat it.
This was ruined the minute they pulled it out of the oven.
They swapped their dad's favorite pizza with Chuck E. Cheese pizza, nigga. This nigga was not feeling it. Nigga, hey man, what the fuck is this? Fucking starving. What the fuck is this? White people be ready to fight over pizza.
Oh.
All right, does that pizza look good? Because that's what he thought he was getting. Does that look good?
Beef Wellington sandwich. That marbling looks like Wagyu. Remove that bone. Trimmed up our short rib. Let's give it a sear and some beef tallow. Carrots. Celery. Onion. Garlic. Sun-dried tomato paste. Beef broth. Red wine. Salt. Worcester. Rosemary. Thyme. Reduce this on the stove for about an hour on low. Take the bones, put them in the stock. Strain out all the solids. A lot of work for a little sauce. Mushrooms. Dry them out. Butter, shallots, thyme. Put this down slowly. Beautiful sear on all sides. That's the interior, man. Unreal. The marbling is otherworldly, bro. That just broke down unbelievable with that marbling in there. Come in with that meat broth. Holy shit, that is worth the hype.
Nigga, it took you 45 hours to make that half of a sandwich. Man, white people be doing the most, nigga. Kuso, bro. You need to put me on. I was with it to the mushrooms. Where's everybody to see the? You know, I don't be wanting to be on ultra gloom and doom, but shit, like I'm not gonna ignore this. Can't leave rap alone. The game needs me. Hold on. Let's see what this. Hold on. We're gonna check in. We gotta start checking in on the Korean people. The Korean people in these motherfucking shorts be going. These niggas be going crazy. Appreciate that, Mike. Get in here. Y'all niggas is lazy. They making 4,500 hot dogs at a clip. Watch something funny before you go to sleep. Say a prayer. Pray for the victims. Pray for the predators. Pray for the greedy ass corporate people that ignore this shit. They know that it's more bitches than her. For them to even pretend that I can't believe that Vince did this. Shut your lying ass up. Y'all saw that nigga on TV just like I did. And y'all actually had private conversations where he told y'all about doing this crazy shit. And y'all didn't tell him, Vince, that's too crazy for TV. You know why you didn't tell him? Because you know what you didn't want to hear?
You're
So y'all niggas let that fucking demon rock. Y'all let that demon rock. So when you let a demon be on demon time, shit. The devil's timing ain't so bad either, is it? Devil came right on time to ruin y'all day. Y'all thought y'all had it won, nigga. 2 days fucking later, nigga. 2 days fucking later. A chick come out with an allegation, but it ain't just any allegation. It's an allegation so motherfucking believable, nigga. It's hard for you to question this motherfucker, nigga. Hard. She lying? Take that bitch to trial. Take that bitch to trial, nigga. Take that bitch to trial. Me? I'm gonna go watch something funny. You know what I'm not gonna watch tonight? I ain't gonna front. I ain't watching no wrestling this evening. Judgment is coming from somewhere higher than whatever any court on this earth is gonna try to do or not do. But then again, I'm probably lying. Say goodnight to your boy. Vince done made me do over 5 hours, bro. It is what it is, nigga. He puts in work. Man, you talking about, that's what I'm saying. This is such a big deal to WWE and UFC and TKO because this is some type of shit that'll bring a whole fucking corporation down, bro. Like for real. Because you talking about shareholders not going to have no fuck. The shareholders, they're greedy assholes. They don't give a fuck about this bitch like that. They like, you let this bitch fuck this deal up. Fuck with our money. I can't wait to see what shit's at closing tomorrow. If one more chick come out this detailed, it's over. No doubt, Mike. Hope to see y'all again. Fatina, DM, Alex, Latasha, Kendra, of course, Janice, of course. B. Will there be a smack? They gonna, bro, it's gonna be business as usual. Here's the thing. It's gonna be wild to see how these crowds act. And now this is, with it being Vince, this brings Bane. If it would have just been somebody in wrestling, TMZ would have got it at most. But with it being Vince, now every mainstream outlet's involved in shit. And now niggas might start turning up the pressure. Especially because niggas don't give a fuck about wrestling. This is free media and free pub. BG, everybody, bro, stay the fuck out of trouble, man. Don't join nobody's Kiss My Ass club. Don't, nigga, no. No, look, hey, I'm talking to you. No Kiss My Ass club. God is great, man. Grand closing. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, 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 bum, 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 bum.
Yo, what's going on, boys? How are you?
Yo, dab me up.
Hey, all right, damn. What part of the city are you from?
Yo,
what's up?
there, brother.
Hey,
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah.
You guys ready for this?
Take this.
Oh, all right, sick. Why don't you guys come inside?
Don't ski.
These are the guys.
I'm Octavius Gray. And I'm Steve. Steve LeBlanc. It's okay, I have vape in here, right?
Set the mood right. Pick you up, baby, I'm looking so fly. Sunset rooftop, yeah, that's nice, right? Hop in the G-Class, I know you need that. Heart racing fast like the speed of light. Is this attraction, or is it the moonlight? You want satisfaction, but only for one night. This could be real love, but you've been broken, and I just want you to see.
I mean, this is some shameful shit.
What I can be for you. 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 You got me wrapped up in your love. Finding you is like a treasure. Making my heart feel this way, yeah, yeah. And I'll treat you so damn special. What you did, who you were with, I don't care about those days. When I'm with you, I won't complain. Share your success and heartbreaks. Yeah, you know I stay by your side. Never leave you dissatisfied. But I need you to let me know. Is this attraction, or is it the moonlight? You want satisfaction, but only for one night. This could be real love, but you've been broken, and I just want you to see.
My name is Jeff.
What I can be for you. 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 What I can be for you.
Just ask them how I did it. I got out the limo, grabbed her hand, went upstairs and fucked her.
Crushed it. God is great. Put your faith in him. Don't chase that money. Chase him. Or get shit on, nigga.